again. We've seen it before, and we have to go defensively already for Chincha, huh? Already got to pick up Wind of Nature, which I don't think is horrible, but it's definitely going to slow down damage, right?
Heavily. Vivian already moving forward. Chincha flickered out. So preemptive flicker just by seeing Vivian. That's how scary.
He's nervous.
Vivian is. You can see definitely, yeah, nervousness there. She already has a Wind of Nature, and now she doesn't have the flicker. So one defensive tool left. That's the Wind of Nature. She's still going to be very, very immobile in these skirmishes. No Mathilda to help her as well. And because she has shown herself in the bottom lane, Vitality want to just go for it. Vivol's 3 levels ahead of Maylane. I don't even think they can go for this. Fumieko doing a good job there at zoning them away. Violet going to be able to use the conceal. Helps out with Tal. Vivol still hovering over, sitting in the back level. They get over to the full barrage, catches them. Vivian able to escape. Vivol gets the retribution down on the Lord. So very low. Vivol full HP now with Lycan form, trying to go for the chase. And Tal goes in 1v1 against Chincha. But that's where the Wind of Nature comes in handy. Vivol so hovering over Lycan pounce. Tal has the immortality. Seems Vivol wants to steal this as well. But there you go. She steals it. She gets the Lord. It's still a win.
Yeah, I will say this. I think either way, the big chance that Lord's going over to Vitality. The fact that they could get the kill on the Shell, the fact that they could get the kill on the Cine is decent for the price of Violet. They're going to lose something here, but it might have been better. I think it's better than just giving up Lord. Wait, Chincha taking off on the map. Now it's a loss.
Now it's a Crash Course. Straight into the Earth Shatter onward combo. Vivol just poking them down. No one's really hitting Vivol. She's doing a whole lot of damage. Lord gonna be dealt with. But while they're all busy up top, look at Fumieko with a Warhammer down below, just striking the turrets, taking it down. Vivol gets caught in the vacuum, as Wolf would put it, but will not be threatened. Yanang overturn. Good Mortal Coil to get out of it. Shell now sieging it down. Tal gonna try to go for the Crash Course. They just poke them down. They actually are able to get a base turret down below with the first Lord.
And Vivol feels good on this, Roger. Able to just, the dancing back and forth, the poking, completely comfortable, knows her limits on this hero completely, knows that she can take a couple shots to the face from Funi on the Lu Yi and still be okay to get away, pop into the wolf form, but is really just able to push everything to the limit here. I really wish we could have saw how Chincha got taken out.
Same.
I mean, just getting caught off guard or something. It's now a 5K gold difference between Vitality and Teams Vega. A little bit of play possibly on the bot side, but do they know that? Shell's, I don't think they know Shell's there right now.
Well, they're going to walk up. I don't know if Shell wants to go for the pick onto Maylane. I don't know if Maylane is actually going to walk up into that bush. Shell goes for it. There's assassination to come onto Maylane and he gets it. My goodness, Shell! Now caught on the onward, but it's all a bait. Violet's gonna be caught even there. Implosion flicker from Vivian. And there's a penalty zone to lock them down. City caught in the full barrage, but they baited out another big ultimate. 2 members down. They might go for the siege.
That's the wait and bait right there. That's a sit back, relax, and wait for the hit. Shell sat in that bush until she knew the team was in the right distance that she could force him. And even if she started losing the fight, Vivian and the rest would show up in time.
Tal running back with the Crash Course. Vivian hovering over. They get another base turret without the Lord, and that was perfect timing as well. They have far lane control, they have mid lane control. Enhanced Lords coming up. This is Vitality.
Yeah, this is definitely Vitality, but this is game 1. Team Falcons Vega gonna have to figure something out. We just get the Rose Gold Meteor locked in for Shell. Gets to be even more aggressive. Gets to even look for those one-on-ones even more now. And if you want to get close up and personal, you have the ability because you get a little bit of shield if you even happen to get brought low. But at this point, Shell's only done once. But wait, Falcons Vega going for the all-in.
They're also able to survive somehow. Tal pops in a shortcut from Fumieko with the penalty zone to Tal. He's going to be able to space out. Flickers forward out to Fumi. Gets the last swing of the hammer. Vivian still 1v3, stopping the recall. Tal able to secure Violet there in the back. Cindy going to be caught in the Crash Course. Flickers out of the full barrage. Vivian, no implosion, no flicker, but again, even despite that flank, Vitality win it! What?
And Team Falcons Vega, they roll the dice, they risk it there, and it falls right on its face. The damage not there. They didn't have Chincha with them in that diversion, and now Team Vitality looking for the possible finish.
Fumieko just walking up. Chell is bursting Tal down. Immortality, one immortality in the back as well. A yin-yang overturn over to Chin Cao, just a diversion over towards them. It's a distraction for them to go through the base.
It's not just a distraction, that was destruction. Team Vitality showing why they are the best. Team Vitality showing why they don't take losses when it comes down to it. Yeah, we thought they looked a little shaky early on in the event, but right now, they're showing who the shaky teams really are.
Out of the 80 games played in this age-old matchup, Falcons Vega have only been able to take 10.
All right. That was an amazing game. Excited for the next, 2 or 4. Let's see what our experts have to say about it. Toss it over to Leon Renmar.
It's not just familiarity with their opponents, it's just another level of understanding of MLBB, how you play the map, your specific hero kit. They're showing why they are the queens of the scene.
Early on, it seemed like there were chances for Team Falcons Vega because of their aggressive nature, because of how picks like Ixia were rising through the meta. But as early as, say, the first 5 minutes, you could see that, again, the way Team Vitality is so honed in and how they're so laser focused on success just denies these kind of pocket picks, these cheese picks throughout, Chip and Luyi.
Yeah, it's denial. I feel like you said one of the key words here. It's the denial of the cheese picks, the power picks, but it's also denial of your opponents wanting to commit certain sequences. As you see here with the recap, that went a little bit over 16 minutes. Vitality, even though Falcons Vegas have kept it somewhat relatively close, it's just how they were moving. And I feel like I really want to put a lot of focus here onto two people. The mother of tanks, Vivian and Chell, they are on another level right now.
I mean, Vivian is the mother of tanks.
Vivian, I said Vivian
and
mother of tanks, and Chell.
There you go. But yes, the space that Vivian was buying for not just Shell but the rest of her team allowed for Shell to really just take in the gold lane experience. I think that's what she walked away with, because we did talk about it off camera and during the match alongside her special guest here, C9's very own Coach Midnight, that in the lane, the carry should be struggling against the Ixia, right? Because the Ixia has a kit that can both sustain herself and CC the carry, which the carry just couldn't deal with early on. But you saw there that more often than not, 2 out of 3 times in the early to mid game, carry was dominating Chin Cho. Chin Cho was being sent home.
Yeah, it was quite difficult there. There's something I just want to fix right here because there's 2 dudes here. Oh, they're here right now. All right, you guys are staying. No, you guys stay right there.
Herbert,
you guys chill out.
Get us out, man.
Do your job. Just cast.
You cast, and then we'll talk.
Yeah. And then we want to know also now. Tell us what you think. Let's start with you, Mirko. Maybe I'll think about letting you out if you tell me what you thought about game number 1.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, man. We've had this conversation as well behind.
Oh, we're back.
We're back. Okay, but yeah, me and Trex, we had this conversation. He was telling me about, Falcons Vega being really, really good, and I agree. In this tournament, Falcons Vega, I would say, have been more, flashy, have been more impressive. But Vitality, they've been winning with non-meta picks. This time around, they went with meta picks. See what happens. That's Vitality. I know, every time I see this team look, kind of vulnerable, they show up the next day. It's just Vitality.
Mirko's crushing my dreams over here, We were talking before the game. I said, I got a feeling Vega might be able to pull this off.
I was just like, no.
He said no. I said no. I don't really have much. I ain't got much else to say about that.
Not even a shred of hope.
Not even a
I really hope so. I mean, personally, I'm rooting for Falcons Vega to make it more exciting, but the reality, the grim reality of Vitality sometimes just hits you hard.
The grim reality of Vitality. That is harsh. I like how that sounds, though. So we'll get back to y'all later on. Thank you, Mirko and Trex. The grim reality of Vitality is that, the more you watch them, the more you see why they've been the queens of the scene for such a very long time. So let's see who is the PlayStation MVP for that game number 1. Who stood out? It's Chell. It's the carry. We talked about Vivian, the mother of tanks, setting things up for Shell. There was one play that she did in the bottom lane where it was just her alone in that shrub for quite some time before the members of Vitality decided, hey, finally, let's Let's pull the trigger on this play.
But also multiple times, even in mid. It's very odd that you see a carry dominate and push back multiple members of the opposing team. This is that one. Yeah, you're talking about it.
Yep.
Pow! And then in comes the cavalry, in comes the backup, and yeah, they were never the same. Look at that. Vivian not only helps set up, but even helps finish the job. And this bush right here, that's Shell's favorite. The river bush up north and down south. She would stand there and push back 3 or 4 members of Falcons Vega single-handedly just because they're afraid of the burst.
Yep, just her alone. So, it looks like the Falcons Vega, I like their approach to the draft. How they're playing the game can be just tweaked a little bit. But the more I think about... Carrie almost got me. Girl, please be careful next time entering. You almost kicked me in the face.
You're lucky a light wheel didn't hit your face.
Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. I just hope Falcons Vega just make some little readjustments with their commitments or where they decide to go, reading the situation a little bit better, because Vitality, they are on point right now. Not to say the Falcons Vega are sloppy, it's more of just Vitality just playing better as of this moment, as of game number 1.
And in the moment, we're talking about specifics, right? Like in that river bush and in that bottom lane bush, you know Shell is there, so you know she owns that part of the map. But even when you know that these specific parts of the map are under Vitality's control, the whole map belongs to them. I have a very specific play that I hope we have time to break down, because this was masterful. It happened in the early game, towards the transition into the mid, just leaving the laning phase. And when I saw that play, I was all like, yeah, no, Vitality knows how to control the map even without actually winning team fights.
Hopefully we do get a moment to break that play down. But before that, let's go on over to Eterna, who got a few words in with Shell.
Hey everyone, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Shell from Team Vitality. So we're now in the semifinals, but this time around, for the grand finals, we're not going to be seeing an Indo versus Indo grand finals for the first time in history in the MLBB women's competitive scene.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Shell?
I mean, we hope for all Indo finals, but what can we do? So maybe we just gonna play our best here in the knockouts, and then hopefully we're gonna reach the grand final.
Is there a bit of sadness going in without Falcons?
Yeah, but
If you win. I was assuming they were winning. Oops.
But it's mainly gonna be happiness if we win.
Of course, of course. And, you know, before today, I think a lot of people are centering on both of these Indonesian teams because everyone knows about the sister duos. So could you share with us a little bit of your routine before you start a match with Cine, maybe?
Maybe we bond, we get a little touchy with each other before match.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you like play other things or do you watch movies maybe before you started today?
No. We just stand next to each other all the time.
Oh, that's cute. I'd love to have my sister here as well. You know, speaking of the sister duo, so from Falcons Vega, the team that you're going to go up against next, they have Chinchao and they have Funi.
Yeah.
And I think earlier on, Cine was like, we're the better sister duo. Do you feel the same way?
I agree that we're better, but they're good.
Okay.
They're good.
Do you have a message for them if they're watching right now?
Maybe good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun? No taunt? Nothing?
No, good luck,
No.
have fun.
Okay. Shell's still staying humble as ever. Okay, so thank you, Shell. I'm not going to bother you any further. Good luck for your next journey,
Thank
and
you.
hopefully we get to see you in the grand finals.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys. See you in the studio.
Thank you, Eterna. A humble queen, that one in Shell. I feel like she got to say something that summed things up quite well, which was, they're good, but we're better. And there was one play that stood out amongst the rest that Leo actually wants to point out here. It's not with Shell, but it's with two key members of Team Vitality. Leo, what play is that you want to show us?
If anything, it was the absence of Shell, the absence of Vivian, Vival, even Chini. I'm looking back at it now. This was at the 5-minute 44-second mark, and it's a very big presence by Team Vitality down in the bottom. It's clear that they're maybe setting up for a push, but look at the other half of the map here. Check this out. Right here. You see a little corner up there?
Yeah.
You see Fumi Echo all alone. And we're going to play it right here. Because of how very, very capable Team Falcons Vegas lineup is, Tal was able to hit the shortcut right there, the Y-Walk portals, boop, and was able to set up a shortcut ult to send the rest of her team out to take down Fumi Echo. And at this point, I can only assume the call was, okay, we were going to go for the push anyways, down here. Fumi Echo, you buy time. And guess how much time Fumi Echo buys all alone as a Terizla at about 6 minutes. Counting at currently 5:55 when the engagement happens. Check this out. Now 6. Now 6:05. Look, all the waves down up top are clearing. Down bottom are clearing. And Fumi Echo is still alive. 10 seconds in. 15 seconds in. She even takes a kill with the help of Chini. Now she finally dies. And it turns into a 2-for-1 across the map. That is macro excellence coming in from Team Vitality. And again, look. You could have sworn that it was only Fumi Echo getting taken down, but the reaction across the map, Chini was about here when this happened. When this started, Chini was right there in this part of the map right here. Right there. There. Chini walked all the way because of how long the time Fumi Echo bought, and that turned into 2 big victories, down bottom and up top. You cross-map control. Team Vitality are capable of things like this even when it's the opponents who are setting up kills. I don't know if they're inside Falcons Vegas heads, but at this point, this was 6 minutes in. They got massive stonks off of that singular play.
Yeah, massive stonks indeed. And you know what? Well, with Fumi, playing the EXP laner, you're someone who is known to be very solid, but I'd love to give her a nickname, Liquid. Fumi Liquid Echo. She just goes with the flow, man. She understands the play here. Midnight's giving me a face. He's still right here.
How many? Out of 5, how many?
What's your rating for that? He gave me 6 out of 5.
Or out of 10?
12.
Oh, wow.
Ah, he loved that. Hopefully y'all love that at home. But no, seriously, Fumi, I've always been so impressed with how she plays. Her late entries, when she decides to go in, join in for the fight, it's just so good. So let's see if Falcons Vega will do anything to shift things around with that regard in dealing with the EXP laner of Vitality. No sides have been switched. Little by little, that Falcons Vega blue side victory rate is going down.
Oh, and just the overall victory rate at that 60-40 when the day started. I'm guessing by the time the day ends, especially if this ends up in a sweep, that confirms 2 things. Number 1, the meta was skewed through the groups into the playoffs. And number 2, I may have come from a different timeline. We're not seeing 5 games, and it's not a surprising result. There's the Baksha, Falcons Vega. They did this in the first game too. What are they blocking out of Vitality? Why is that such a specific ban?
I do remember 1 or 2 key Baksha games, if I'm not mistaken, from Vival, but at the same time, I feel like it's also just them respecting a really good hero that can front, that can give vision, and that can disrupt what Falcons Vega wants to do. And they still go for the chip.
I was gonna say, was this the Riz or was this the Edith first? But no, it's the chip.
All right, that might be the play here for Falcons Vega.
I'm afraid that this is turning into insanity, man. You're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something new, and insanity it is. There's Trizla Roger.
Yeah, same, but different, but still same. Falcons Vega with 2 more picks here. I wonder if they're gonna shift things up and then maybe decide to pick the carry a little bit earlier.
I think the carry would be good, because again, the carry does well against the Terizla. You just pick up a Purify, you know, you're fine. Especially if you... Wait, was Valentina banned down?
Yes, it was banned.
Oh, she better be. Okay, I'm just saying. Whoa!
They go for the Jask.
There's
I know
Jask.
it's Jask, but I like calling him Jask.
All right, Jushin. I don't like that Jushin wasn't picked up, all right? Maybe Jushin comes through for Vitality here.
Yeah, these teams have a little bit of a Jushin allergy. So it's a slight adjustment. Now it's Edith and Zask.
Yeah, maybe the Loyi was an overload.
Yeah. I mean, we did talk about it before with like Loyi and Chip. It's one part of it is it's a disgusting combo. The other part is it's a little bit overkill. You don't need that much map presence, and honestly, it's fine.
Yeah, the Jask here allows for them to buy a little more time. I think that's what they were lacking in the first draft.
Yeah.
They were very macro-centric, very like in your face, but what if it doesn't pan out? They had no way out. With a Zask, though, they can, you know, buy time. They can, you know, plant themselves in a certain box. Because again, it was yesterday we mentioned Zask is a hero that plants multiple boxes. You're able to engage on maybe 2 different fronts, 1.5 if you're not positioning yourself very well. And you can go from there. Now, during the second phase of banning, Falcons Vega are choking down on mid lane choices. After this Loyi, what else might they want to take out? We haven't seen any Vexana in a while.
Yeah.
Jushin, you want to take out Jushin?
I'll lean more towards the Vex, but then we do see. Don't people usually pick up the Zask into the Jushin? So if it's
Or
not
the
gonna be
Jushin to the Zask. We've seen it either way. We've seen it both ways.
Yeah.
Sometimes as a Jushin, you don't care.
Oh yeah, that's
You can choke slam on a Nightmare spawn, even the big one.
That's fair. Do you really want to bring that closer to you? Oh, you can bring it away from you.
Far away, diagonally, you know, in between, whatever.
Directions, yeah. I want to see a little bit more. Well, you can just walk up right now. Wow, they're respecting the Kagura.
Chinny was that good.
Yeah, they saw the previous draft and said, yeah, the Kagura was the problem. Interesting.
She was a really good assassin.
Yeah. You mentioned Vexana. I'd like a Vexana. Yeah, it's a good pairing with the Tigreal and the Terizla.
Not very good, though, when you get jumped on with a shortcut, but that's why you put Flicker on her.
Yeah. As long as you have the flicker, you'll be fine.
You reposition, and then you have your two chunky frontliners.
Plus, you have someone who can check the shrub for the Tigreal that isn't a face check.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially like around the mid. And you need that when you're up against Falcons Vega, a team that last year was named GPX Basreng, the second placers of MWI 2023, and they played aggro then. But here it is, finally, Leo, they heard you. They picked up the Jushin.
That's my girl right there.
That's a girl?
Jushin is my off-meta pick. Day one, I said, you know what? Jushin's going to show up. And here she is. You're talking about how the Vexana can check bushes. Jushin can do the same.
That's true.
The Lantern Flare.
Let's see what Falcons Vega will do in response. It's enough magic damage. You need true or you need physical. The difficult thing is if you go for something like an Alpha the jungle, that's gonna struggle. The Ling is still open, but is there enough spot here for you to actually Ling jungle? They go.
That's not physical.
That's a lot of magic. That's way too much magic.
That's magic. That's
and
what
you
we
have
would
one
call.
source of physical.
There's a Moskov, all right. They're covering physical there, but the question is it enough? Because it's still, right now, it's very Harry Potter, as they would say.
Yeah, oh, very Harry Potter.
Hermione, if you want to.
Aloha Mora?
Ohana. All right.
Oh, yeah.
One more pickup here. We're lacking a gold laner. There it is. Put the carry back on show. Why not?
Yeah. Again, that's a condition. If you only have one source of magic damage, you pair it up with true or just a lot of really strong physical damage.
This is literally the same hero. You just change the Japanese Shrine Maiden with a Chinese Immortal Wish granting entity.
Yeah. So it's just this within the same realm of possibilities.
Lantern, umbrella, whatever.
Yeah, lore-wise, it's the same object. But Falcons Vega, leaning a little bit more towards magic damage, a bunch of Radiant Armors might turn that around, while Team Vitality, again, it's a reiteration of their Game 1 draft. Let's see if this will fare better for Vega. Will they get the early game that they want here? Trex, Mirko.
We're here. Trex, Mirko, thank you, Leo, and Renmar. We're jumping into game number 2 in a best of 5. Team Vitality starting off strong. And it seems like as this game moves on, their picks just get more meta. Their picks just get. They have to ban the Kagura, but now they just get the Jushin. So it's definitely going to be tough the way Team Falcons Vega want to approach this. They have some late game opportunity. They do have some decent early game as well in their jungle. But I think the big question is can they outperform Vitality when the game is on?
That's a big question that we have. And already in the early game, you can see Cine utilizing that Lantern Flare, man. Constantly just putting it up on to Funi. But yeah, I mean, again, it seems kind of eerie when Vitality go for an off-meta pick, right? And then now that you see a real meta pick, you're like, okay, what do they have cooking right now? Melee able to pick up the Lethal Wanderer, it seems. There you go, away from Vival. Vival doesn't use the Retribution. But in terms of this matchup, are you Team Umbrella or are you Team Lantern? Are you Team Jushin or are you Team Kagura?
You know me, I'm a old school man. I'm a classic man. But wait a second, Vival.
Great pick. Melee now with the enhanced sword moving forward. Vivian to be caught. Now uses the shove, has the flicker to escape. Funi almost getting the kill down. Tao hovering over this time. Falcons Vega strike first.
All right, so they use Melee. They're able to get that first blood onto Melee as well. They get some of that early game aggression, which is going to be huge. Follow up on your question, though, I am a Kagura man.
And yeah, Go seems like she's always a 2v1 kind of Terizla here. Winning out on the 2v1s this time. I wouldn't say it's okay, now it's a kind of a win. Doing a lot of damage back on the Talon. Vival's already rotated up there. Funi, good read. Spots Vival in the bush. Vival still wants to go for the Lycan Pounce, wants to get rid of the little Johnny boy. That's what we call him.
The Johnny Boys.
Johnny Boys.
Johnny Boys. They come down from space.
And their name is Johnny.
And their name is Johnny. All of their names are Johnny. Is it the same boy or is it multiple boys?
It's multiple Johnnies.
Like everyone's a different Johnny.
Everybody is a different Johnny.
But they're clones.
Be Johnny. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. All right, Turtles up. 2 minutes in. Team Falcons Vega with a small lead. We're actually about 1,000 lead already, 2.5 minutes in. And with that kill, that first blood they got beaten on Vival, it's definitely, I feel like, going to give Maylane some priority when it comes to these neutral objectives. The way the Team Vitality is looking, they might not even want to fully try to push this. Violet going to be zoning Vival away.
City walks up, Maylane picks up the turtle. That's 1-0, 1,000 gold lead still. As well as, you can see for Team Vitality, it seems like this game they're taking a bit more of a slower approach, wanting to just farm it out. So, I want to take a look at the emblems here. And it doesn't seem like there's anything too crazy. In the matchup, though, by the way, Moskov versus the carry, it's a bit different in a way where it's not a complete bully, but Moskov still does have a good time against the carry. You have a way to say, nah, I've had enough, right? In every single trade with the Spear of Misery. So, with that, usually you aren't able to take control of the wave. This time, though, with a few rotations down below, they're always able to just relieve pressure off of Chell. Now, even a few hits onto the turret shield. Chell walks up, gets a bit of damage there. Not a lot, just a bit.
Team Vitality looks for that gold lane, that same push. I've seen it after first turtle, after second turtle sometimes, but they always come down looking for Chincha. They know how important Shell comes when it comes to their big mid-game spike. Ooh, there's that just rush in.
Dominator's Ascent used up as well. Tao, and he picked up good Spear of Vengeance all the way to the back. Pops in the beacon. Cindy's still able to survive as she uses the regen too. Up top, Fumi Echo in a 1v1. Violet popping in a primal wrap. Fumi Echo with the penalty zone. Now a few last hits, but Fumi Echo is still able to survive under the turret.
Okay, so Team Falcon Vegas seem to have brushed off some of the rust here, gotten off some of the dust. Ooh. They're definitely a bit more in their zone. Even Chincha coming in to help out Thal there and actually push Team Vitality back. Team Falcons Vega making some of these plays finally work. Game one, they were looking for the plays, but it seems like they always fell a bit short. This time, they're pulling through.
Definitely. Now it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for Team Falcons Vega, and the next neutral objective is going to spawn. Falcons Vega, this is their power spike. With the Sauce, with the Edith, the Julian, and even the Chip, they're going to have so many ways to enter and approach this fight.
All right, so with second turtle being down, Team Vitality, Vival up against Maylane, a level difference right now. Vival might be able to catch up at some point. Corrosion Scythe does get locked in for Shell, and with this turtle being down at the gold line. Ooh, Cine already taken out.
40 Dominators to set, absolutely deleting Cine off the map. There's a shortcut placed down. Chinchao will take it. Seems like it's going to be a 2v1 situation up top right there. That's going to be a good Spear of Misery to pin Chell down, forcing her to flicker. Spear of Vengeance into the back. Chell going to be slain under the turret. Maylane picks up a turtle down below. Team Falcons Vega finding their jam.
Picks up a turtle, picks up the pace, and now Vivian as well.
Penalty zone, instant purify from Funi, gets out, Vival on the chase. Not able to really go all in. Great disengage from Falcons Vega, and great objective take up top. That's Chinchao on the board.
You know, I was telling Nicer the other day that maybe the answer to the Jushin is just, you know, getting up close and personal with it, dashing in. And right now, Thal is the perfect answer to that, right? You have that crash course, you have that ability to get right in there and then bring all your teammates right around her. We saw Cine get taken out earlier. Taking a look at some of these items now, Funi has locked in the glowing wand. We're starting to see the damage come a bit more than from her. Genius wand as well, locked in for Maylane. Going to the next item. I mean, everyone on the side of Team Falcons Vega is holding the lead, and for the first time we see nobody on team, because sometimes even when Team Vitality falls behind, Shell still has a gold lead on the other gold laner. One of the members is at least keeping up. But this time, Team Falcons Vega holding a strong lead across the whole map. They're
even having to force it out, some of these maneuvers. You know, Cindy going to the bottom lane to share some of the gold XP with Fumi Echo. Cindy hovering over with the flare. That's a shove down. Tall going to be caught. A lot of damage placed down, but she does have the flicker still, so not really in any threat. That's a big resource still burnt down, and Cindy still wants to utilize that Spear of Misery down below. Pinning down Fumi Echo. And does seems like for Falcons Vega as well, they're playing it chill. They don't really need to rush anything. They are the ones in the lead. It's kind of Vitality that are placed in a position where they need to look for a game-changing play.
You know, we've been waiting to see the Moskov really pop off in MWI. We haven't seen it played as much. It's kind of fallen off of the meta a little bit in terms of at least MWI, but Chincha is showing up on it right now. And it makes me feel like it's just been one of the gold laners it's been one of the gold lane heroes that Team Falcons Vega maybe hasn't really pulled out, but this almost feels like one of Chincha's best picks right here.
3 neutral objectives uncontested here. Team Falcons Vega with another big objective take. Just waiting on the turtle, waiting on the Lord at this point. For Vitality, it's still, for them, all about waiting for their power spike. So I'm guessing right now it's all about waiting for Chell, Cine, and Vival. All 3 to get their item power spikes. I think Vival has already gone there, but Cine and Chell definitely a bit behind in that department. They get spotted out. I think Funi saw the concealed team there, so they are able to just hold out. They know Team Vitality are in the bottom lane. They'll push up top.
Yeah, and I mean, with that long lane up top right now, or the lane up top getting pushed in a bit, they have to send someone up here, taking a look at the items. Shell still a little bit behind, still getting into the second item right now, to whereas Chincha, Golden Staff, I mean, on the way to DHS at this point, on the way to that third item around 9-minute timing, and that's what we've been seeing from the... When you know the gold lane is really ahead right now in MWI, and Chincha's been on both sides of the map non-stop, been able to use the Spear of Destruction to catch members on the opposite side of the map. Taking a look at the stage right now, Falcons, they feel the nest is feeling good right now, to say the least.
Absolutely phenomenal support here from the fans in the building. Shoutouts to the Team Falcons Vegas fans here, even bringing in their banners. Really, really cool stuff, especially after that Game 1 loss. They're still here supporting, and they need it for Falcons Vega. Chinchao taking a shortcut. Funi as well. Taking these shortcuts, but unfortunately they're really unable to lock Vivian down there. They do burn a big resource, which is the Flicker. Without the Flicker, Tigreal loses a whole lot of that engaging power that he usually has. Even the pickup power, technically, in these skirmishes. Chell in the bottom lane. Ooh, taking and eating up the enhanced scythe. Almost getting picked off. I don't know if Chinchao actually threw the Spear of Vengeance earlier. Tal gonna be picked up, thrown back again. Vival this time, despite being behind, decides to go for the Sky Piercer.
Hey man, to get what you can. I think like you said earlier, waiting for that power spike, and Vival might feel like it's coming soon. Team Vitality might feel like it's coming soon, might be the opportunity, and goes an Implosion.
Onto Violet. Now good penalty zone as the Spear of Vengeance comes down. Violet with Primal Rat utilizing it. Now it's going to be a good Spear of Misery to pin Vival down. Now able to dish a damage shell. Going to be demolished there by Chinchao. And even on the back, a piercing shot took down Cine. Chinchao and Falcons Vega wipe out Vitality 5-1.
In a matter of seconds, Team Vitality completely taken off the map, all for the price of melee, and in my eyes, that is a very good deal. And with the pressure they have on the map, they're going to get a lot out of this, man. They got a bottom lane already coming towards a tier 2. The rest of the team able to take this tier 2 in the mid as well. Chincha immediately going to move up. But let's take a look at the replay real quick. Vivian thinks she's getting the win out of this. Gets the Implosion off. But Spear Destruction comes up. And once we see Chincha get involved, we get the pin onto Vival, take out both damage dealers in a matter of seconds. Echoes all that's left. But Funi Echo can't fight against that speed right there. Chincha, look at the reaction from Melee as well. Violet, they're feeling good. Game 1 was just the starting grounds.
Absolutely. It was just a warm-up to them, it seems, here. Game number 2, getting the better read, still getting the chip, and utilizing it way better this time around. That front to back, if Vitality wants to play with. Yeah, it doesn't work against the Moskov. Now with the piercing damage, constantly hitting the backline too. And that's why the Sky Piercer here for Vival, especially considering she was the one that, you know, was taken down first. It's an interesting build to go for. You're still very confident that they can get a few more of these kills. But now with the Big Lord marching down, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like War Axe would have maybe been a bit more helpful here, but now Lord's going to be walking in, no crash.
Holy Defense. Popped it already. Oh, that was one shot too! Tal gets brought back, but over 2 basic attacks from the Moskov. Did you see that? Just piercing through Vival and Vivian, chunked, forced to recall the way Chinchao gets a win of nature. So now it's up to Ginny. And technically Chell with the true damage, the sisters, to deal with her again. The piercing shots are just doing so much damage. They've cracked open some of those holy defenses of the base turrets, mid lane and top lane. I believe even in the bottom lane they did. So yeah, no more holy defense available. Oh, bottom lane still intact there. 1 left in the far lane.
This is not the composition that you want to let be 7,000 gold ahead of you at 11 minutes, right?
Not.
We're already seeing the Zas just really power through the damage coming in. This is a hero normally that has decent poke, but not as much impact in early game, and it's found this mid-game spike. It's almost found its late-game spike at only 10 minutes. And then we got Chincha as well, another normally late-game hero that normally you pick if you really want to hunker down and wait for that moment to shine. But Chincha's been able to get the farm on. Thal going to be able to walk away from this conceal play. Team Vitality at this point kind of searching in their grouping up. They know all they have is their inhibitors left. The damage dealt from Zask right now, 37,000, leading the charge, even above Chincha right now. And that's one of the things about the Zask. You don't really see it exactly when it's happening in the big team fight, but Zask right now is the one who's really shredding everyone down.
The PBs on top of the damage dealt.
The little
board.
Johnnies.
The purple boys.
The big Johnny, actually.
The big...
You got Big Johnny, Daddy Johnny, Little Johnnies.
Little Johnnies. The big Johnny is the Dominator's Descent, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we call him here as well. That one right there that just got picked up by Vivel. That's Little Johnny. Oh, Tom thrown away. Good shot. Oh, the chain CC. The timing's perfect to get the shortcut down, but I don't think they want to kick this. City able to get out. Dominator's Descent already placed down. A lot of damage placed out on the Vivian with the Spear of Mystery as well, but Chinchao has got to respect the penalty zone. Connects onto the backline. Vivel chasing down Chinchao. No! All the leads that they have built to the 13th minute of the game. 2 members down and the Lord has just spawned in.
And Melee looks like Melee. I think the idea was keep them at bay. We're going to get the Lord. Completely backfires. Thal gets caught off. I think at that point, Chincha shouldn't have invested.
No Dominator's Descent as well from Echo. Still going to be melted down. Violet popping the Primal Wrath. Good enhanced sword. Vivian's still able to flicker out of it with the conceal. Bringing Chell back to safety. Now it's a 4v4. Seems Funi also has Dominator's Descent, and Falcons Vega, despite that little mishap, they're still able to recover. Cini in the bush. Vival hovering over. Cini walking up now. Vival looking for a Violet, doing a good job in zoning. Dominator's Descent all the way to the back. Cini again with a flicker forward, finding Melee with a peek in there with the Spear of Vengeance. Connects as well. Chinchao able to participate. Cini all alone in the back. Forced to run to the wrong side of the map, and it should just be a free kill over. Little Johnny's just there lasering her down, and that is Team Falcons Vega who recover and get the value trade.
We've been talking about Chincha this whole game, but Melee just showed up. That small mechanic movement, hitting the winner crown, and having, I mean, just a split second of being able to get the retribution on before you go down was just legendary right there. Dominator's Descent.
The glowing wand takes her down to the back. Fumi Echo gonna be next on the chopping block. Violet finding the onward. Oh, good Spear of Misery to cancel the implosion. Fumi Echo with the penalty zone, getting the immortality of Violet right there as Vivo goes in for the Lycan Pounce. Chinchao staying focused on the base. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands.
1-1. Team Vitality taken down this time. Falcons Vega, the nest is loud right now. A strong victory to even the playing field. Showing up and even bringing back in that chip. And Thal just played it so much better that time. Chincha, I mean, they all played so much better this time. Definitely now we're in for a series. Let's see what our analysts have to say about it. How's it going over there, Redmar Leo?
The Nest thunders with Let's Go Falcons. Here's a suggestion for everyone in the Amazon arena. Yalla Vega!
Yalla Vega is the cheer given how forward Falcons Vega played this game. Again, both teams, to be fair, both teams just iterated on their game 1 draft. And here, Falcons Vega found their groove. And apparently, what you need to do is put Chincha on the Moskov, get Funi on a Zask, and I guess Melee just played Melee things. It was crucial that she played a hero that has a solid amount of CC.
Yep.
She played a hero that could dive and be a threat to anyone who's pushing forward from Team Vitality. And I think that's what made it awkward for Team Vitality. They had a solid draft, don't get me wrong. But even Vivian, the mother of tanks, couldn't do anything. Because even she could just possibly die from the hands of Funi. Funi played an amazing Zask.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Funi because her usage of the Dominator's Descent and maximizing that to zone out the members of Vitality during fights and just being a presence at the right time to make Vitality think twice about taking certain sequences. It's really one of the key factors as to why Falcons Vega won so many fights during that game number 2.
Might I even present that she is a possible candidate for PlayStation MVP?
Ooh, quite
It's that good. She played the Zask that well that the aforementioned miniature Johnnies were enough of a threat. She got like 1 or 2 kills free, literally just by standing there, dropping a minuscule Johnny, and then just, all right, up to you. I guess maybe you can chalk it up to the economic advantage. Clearly, she was 1,000 or 2 above Chinny, but you know, more than just the range factor, the firepower that she was letting through for free. Mind you, for free was really a game changer.
Yeah, speaking of the firepower, I think one of the strengths we saw here for Falcons Vega during the game was that, yes, as expected in MLBB, you shine together as a team. But when you have 2-3 members who can make plays on their own, then it's like one for all for one, or all for one for all. I'm gonna work on that analogy a little bit.
That's a quirk.
But here's something for you. PlayStation MVP, who will it be? Jincha, Funi. There's a lot of names you can throw up in the air, and it is Funi. It is the Zask.
Yeah. Look at that, 79%.
What?
I'm pretty sure it could have been more. What? It could have been more, but because of the chip, right? There were calls where, okay, Funi, we need you here. Funi, we don't. And it's that out of this world tempo on the alien hero that is Zask that allows for Team Vitality to say, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe we can pick a fight. And even if you have such a strong meta hero, such as the this is a really good fight right here. This is the free hits Moskov moment that just wiped out Team Vitality. Sometimes you could think, hey, maybe not all of them are going to go through the shortcut. Hey, maybe she'll just drop a microscopic Johnny and then get out. No, sometimes she just leans hard into it. And even a full combo of Vivian, Shell, Fumi, or Vival, Shell, Fumi couldn't stop what Falcons Vega were putting down.
She is our MVP for game number 2. Someone that we didn't expect, actually, heading into MWI to get a lot of playing time, because she's sort of careful with that staff, man. Almost poked my eye out. Someone who in tournaments leading up to MWI 2024 didn't see a lot of playing time, but here she is coming back with a vengeance, seeking revenge against her long-term rivals, their long-time rivals.
I guess a change that was inevitable. Again, the meta is changing.
Yeah.
The winds are changing. This is a tournament of a scale that we've never seen. Hey, Chell, what?
Whoa!
That's full-on heel Chell.
That's heel movements by Vitality. I like it.
But yeah, no, again, things change.
Yeah.
Again, Team Vitality, not the hometown heroes. It's Falcons Vega now, screaming Yalla Vega.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess it came time that Funi stepped up.
Yeah, for sure. And for Team Vitality, of course, they're up against a hostile crowd. It's clearly Falcons Vega sided. As the best MLBB women's team in the world, you're going to need to do everything that you can for yourself to make sure you get an edge against your opponent. But Falcons Vega now, it seems like we're seeing it. Fired up with the crowd, being supported by the crowd here at the Amazon Arena is just helping them greatly. A team that loves the early game, that loves the snowball, finally finding their element in that game number 2 to tie up the series 1-1. Eterna got a few words in with the MVP of game number 2, Funi. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey guys, it's Eterna here backstage with Funi from Team Falcons Vega. Now,
Hello.
Funi, you're coming in as the starting lineup. Don't lie to me.
I
You are.
know.
You might be. Okay.
I might be,
So
but I
if
don't
you
know.
are, you are going to be paired in with Jin Chao,
Yeah.
right? So how is that? How is your bond with Jin Chao in game, and how does it differ with all the rest of the members in the team?
I think me and Shincho, we all, if you see our matches before, we always have the same mindset. Like we always work together, stick together, and we die together. Something like that.
So if you win together too.
we win together, we lose together, we live together, we die together. Like that.
Okay. So in game, does it mean that there are sometimes like you don't even have to communicate what you're going to do? She just knows what you're going to do and vice versa?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
cool. Sister bond,
Sister
guys.
bond,
Sister
yeah.
bond. Now, on the other side, against your opponents today, Team Vitality, they also have a sister bond going
Yeah.
on. Do you think that this sister bond can help you in your gameplay and execution against Team Vitality later on?
We play as a team of 5, not a team of 2. So, yeah, we'll play with each other with the 5 players, not with us sisters only.
Are you the stronger sister duo?
No. Statistically, it's them.
Who knows? It's your time to shine this time around.
Amen.
Well, Funi, I asked Shell the same question earlier on, and this time around, for the first time in history, we're not going to see an Indo Grand Finals.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's such a shame because if we look at the season 1 and season 2, it's all Indo versus Indo Grand Final.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
It's
the
okay.
drawing sucks.
The drawing sucks. Who
Yeah.
drew? She doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving forward into your next match, do you have a message, not to your fans this time, but to Team Vitality?
Let's have a nice game. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Yeah.
Wow, you guys are so nice. Shell had a similar message earlier on too. Well, these girls are amazing. These girls are nice. But good luck. I'm not going to keep you any further. Hopefully, we get to see you in the grand finals.
Amen.
Bye bye, guys. Back to the studio.
Everyone's humble. Everyone's chill. That's the vibe right now of Team Vitality, Falcons Vega, as when it comes to with each other. Let's check out an update for the STC predictions. Do we have an update? Are there like results already out yet? Or it's just a quick little reminder? It's a quick little reminder for y'all to, don't forget, please continue to send in your predictions for this matchup, Falcons Vega versus Team Vitality. If you thought this would be an easy coast sweep win for Team Vitality, Falcons Vega, they are fighting back. stcplay.gg is where you have to go for that. Now, heading into game number 3, Vitality, if I'm not mistaken, can pick the side that they're going to be going to.
Yep.
They chose to stay red for the second game. Do you think it's time for them to pick blue side this time around?
No question. Do that. It's the shun the arm to jog up the playstyle and the tempo, because already game 1 and 2, I don't know how much you can iterate, honestly. How much you can just amend and say this is the same lineup over and over again. And the fact that already very little change between game 1 and 2 when it comes to both teams' drafts. Going blue side and then switching up the tempo should be a great start to get Team Vitality back on track.
Yeah. Falcons Vega, they are a team that are momentum based. So if you're Team Vitality and you can do anything that you can to halt the momentum of your opponent, and if that means changing up how the flow of the draft goes, then you obviously go for it. So I'm in agreement with you here that there has to be a side switch. If not a side switch, then you switch up the bans.
That's
We've
right.
been seeing Chip prioritized now for 2 games for the side of Falcons Vega. You can take it out. It's been Valentina, Harith, Minotaur, if I'm not mistaken, that's been their priority bans for the series so far.
Maybe if you jog up those bans, you might even get Minotaur through. And that'll change again the tempo of the fights. Sure, Tigreal is great. Chip is amazing. Didn't do much in game 1, but game 2 definitely opened up the map for Falcons Vega. But imagine if the Minotaur came through, right? Minotaur, I think right now is the most, or one of the most notorious heroes, both in picks and win rate. Minotaur is so successful right now in MWI, and if anyone can try to pull it through, squeeze it through, without the threat of a Valentina, maybe just keep Valentina off the board. That's number 1. Then whoever does that definitely has a bigger chance to take down game 3.
One thing I'd want to ask you here is,
Yes.
what if, for Vitality, a quick little recommendation, what if they decide to draft a little bit more for that woman over there? What if they decide to change up their draft a little bit more, this time for Fumi Echo? They pick up more, maybe not always just rely on the Terizla, but pick up something that will allow Fumi Echo to be more present around the map, not just holding a lane.
Something tells me, as good as that sounds, right, to switch it up, maybe, I think Fumi Echo is just a, how do I say, known element. The fact that she's so good on these heroes, the Edith, the Terizla, the Arlot, if you take her off of that and then you put her on maybe, the next best thing would be a Yuzhong, then you have to draft for the rest of the team. The rest of the team has to adjust. And I'm not so sure if that's a game 3 strat. You know what I mean? Game 3, you're switching the gears up a little too much. You're going from blue side, red side to blue side. You're putting priority and initiative onto Fumi Echo. Maybe one step at a time. Maybe move it around first. And yes, there's the aforementioned lane switch. And look, Vitality took it to heart. We're not just trying to go for the Minotaur. We're also taking out the Valentina. All on us.
Yeah, even on the blue side, it's still the same bans for them. That was 2 of the 3 bans. Let's see if the Harith will be open for Vitality. And it's Falcons Vega. It seems like that's the trend. This entire series, we probably won't see Angela Baksha. But in a bit of a surprise move, Vitality takes away the chip. I thought that they might even float the idea of keeping it open for themselves.
So now are they saying Falcons Vega pick the Loyi?
Ooh.
Make our day.
Let's see if that'll happen. It seems like Falcons Vega now are going to be playing into a field where the Rogers, the Lynx, the Hayabusas of the world will be open unless they take one of those out. But no, it's the Claude. So it's a free board of assassins opened up for both teams.
Yep, Hayabusa, not exactly first pick material. There's so many other heroes that you might want to go for. And I think Terizla is a solid first. But no, what?
They steal it.
It's that high of a priority.
Yeah,
you know what? A good friend of ours, Ray Ash, belated happy birthday, by the way, foresaw that the Zask and the Jushin are some of the biggest heroes right now in the metagame. The ZZ.
Yeah, we are in this era of Zask is first pickable in the metagame. Against Vega, how are they going to respond to that? You can go ahead and steal away the strong assassins right now, but now you can tell that they're thinking about, okay, we're used to playing with this. How do we now draft around it? They pick up a Harith to dash around within the area of the Dominator's Descent and Nightmaric spawn of the Zask.
If a Zask is picked up this early, you kind of want to see what kind of assassin you want to get away with. Because picking the Hayabusa this early, bad idea. Picking up the Ling this early, bad idea. And all the more now that there's so much CC on the ground for Team Vitality. With that said, they put Vivian once more on the Tigreal, slowly starting to become a signature for her. And of course, Fumi, Liquid Echoes, Terizla.
For Vitality here, this adjustment is fantastic because now you know that there's no room for the carry. There's no room for an alpha. Those chunky boys in the Tigreal and the Terizla will take a lot of time to get taken down by Falcons Vega. So now they're going to have to show up some picks here that can maybe poke them out just a little bit, and there you go. But that's 3 sources of magic damage. They're going to go for the full damage. They're leaning into that idea as a team that loves the early to mid-game power spike.
Yep, you talked about poking them a little bit. How about a lot of it?
Yeah.
Just over and over again. You could time out even the ult on the Zask and then just keep going. There's very little that can really stop Funi here. Now going into the bans, still no jungler for Falcons Vega or Vitality. So now, if anything, Falcons Vega have the tempo swing. They control what comes through because they got first pick anyways. And again, you don't want to put the assassin onto Falcons Vega too, so they can make better calls. Where is this Brody ban coming from?
We haven't even seen a Brody the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a single ban nor pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh. Is there something that Falcons Vega knows that we do not? I mean, in terms of the reach, yeah. Thinking about it, a Brody was slotting really well for Vitality in the sense that, okay, the Terizla, the Tig, and the Zaz together might be able to create enough space, but a part of me is thinking that even with a Brody there, it's like, he still has to avoid the Lilia, still has to avoid the Harith.
Might you not go for the Ixia first?
Yeah. Looking at the side of Vitality, if you slot an Ixia there this time now, it's like, it looks good. Can work out well for them.
But also, check it out, Vitality,
Carmilla
banning relatively out of left field too.
Okay. It seems like with the bans that we're seeing right now, it's forcing us to think more about how this is going to go into the team fighting. I don't see a lot of macro here. I see a lot of team fights.
Yep.
And that Carmilla, I feel like up against that lineup with Vitality, if you all get caught in the cursed blood, the Lilia, Edith, and Harith damage all together is actually going to be quite painful.
And it's not just the Cursed Blood, you can actually flip it around. Zaman Force first, if they run out, welcome him into the Cursed Blood, and then into the Glooms.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways, and it looks like we're really hunkering down on Marksman. That's another Falcons Vega ban. Taking out the Moskov.
It's a different style here. Oh, now it's an assassin ban. Huh, a Fanny into the lineup of Falcons Vega.
They would rather the Haya or Ling.
Yeah.
Even the Nalan's still there.
With so many tanky presences on the side of Vitality, actually, just thinking about an assassin pickup here, yeah, it'll have to be something that opens up the map. But I'm thinking if this is already an Edith roam or if it will be swung into the EXP.
I think there's a lot more EXP out there left. So this might be a roam.
Okay, I agree with you.
That's what I'm
I see that. Oh, and also I realize like the Edith will happily take a few of the hits from the Nightmare spawn because it allows her to build a Primal Wrath.
Yep, and then she'll, there's the Arlo. Doesn't say much still.
Yeah.
You can swing it both ways. Vitality, though, forced to finish up their lineup here, the final phase for them, and still no jungler.
Oh, we're still waiting.
In my opinion, I think they can afford a jungler that's an assassin.
Yeah.
Between these two right now, it's them.
More for Vitality, yeah?
Yeah.
I
Even
see
if it
that.
sucks to run in against an Arlo and Edith, but, you know.
The Julian is still going to be open, but is this a Lunox mid or I think it's a Lunox? It could be Lunox Gold. We're not completely turning off that idea.
Shell, what are you thinking?
What if also Lunox Jungle?
Shell, whoa. Last time we saw that, it was from Kodak in Malaysia. That's
the jungle right there.
That's the Bane.
Oh no,
That's
but it could be gold. It could be gold though.
Even that is a switcheroo, but in this case, I would rather the Lunox Gold Bane Jungle. I love it. Look at that, it's a trampoline funhouse, and there's so much potential for all sorts of damage.
Right, off-kilter lineup.
Talked about it being a team fighting, just scramble. Look at this.
It's all team fight. This is just... Okay, going into it though, in terms of team fighting, it might be tough for Falcons Vega to fight into everything. When Bane throws out the Sharks, when, remember we talked about this with Lunox before, you don't know where the damage is coming from. Double that with the Zask, Falcons Vega are going to need to rush Radiant Armors here.
And here's another...
Is that Hanzo?
That is Hanzo!
Let's go.
All right, well... Vitality needs a lot of farm. That's one thing. They need to put a good amount of money on Zask, on Lunox, and on Bane. What a better way than to deny all that with a Hanzo.
Two of the best women's teams in the world, showcasing the creativity and the uniqueness of the meta of our scene. Vitality with one, Falcons with one. Whoever wins this goes into match point and a step closer to being crowned as the undeniable queens of MLBB. Let's go into the game. Casters, guys, are you hyped up about this?
I can't even express this one right here. Shout out to Leo on the Bane, and shout out to Assassin Dave for the Hanzo.
Absolutely.
Right here, we got a new headliner on the card right now. Jungle versus Jungler. I don't think anyone expected this one, but the Hanzo goes back with the ladies. Man, I remember tuning into MWI maybe a year or so ago and seeing the Hanzo picks pop up. So this is nothing new to these girls, to these teams. How do you feel about the matchups, though?
Oh, man. Yeah, definitely nothing new, especially to Vival, because Vival was the one that actually utilized the Hanzo a whole lot in the past tournament. So, very interesting to see that Team Falcons Vega are the ones picking up the Hanzo up against Vitality. And I think I already said this off broadcast, though, that it's really good. Vitality don't really have a lot of dive towards the Shadow, right? There's no Benedetta, there's no assassin like Ling that can really jump towards her. And Melee, usually the biggest problem with the Hanzo is either someone can dive or someone can invade very early on. And I think they have both of those covered with Funi on the Lilia. Amazing mid-prio. And yeah, I don't know. You mentioned Bane. I don't see Bane. That's just Leo. That's just Leo in the jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely just Leo. It's literally Leo versus Mr. Mao right now on the head of the card. And as you said, I think last picking that Hanzo was actually super clutch because you have the Bane. Vitality brings this big Ube-esque, like, we just want to steamroll onto you, stick together, have Shell in the middle, have Cine in the middle. But there's no way to answer the Hanzo here. And one of the problems we saw with the composition that Team Vitality, well, one of the problems that could be for a little bit of damage from Melee.
Good shove back onto Melee. Vival should be able to survive this, but you can see that damage already. That's the Hanzo for you. Chell. Also, this is a pick, Lunox Gold. It just brings me back to MSC 2021 when it was Harith and Lunox constantly in the gold lane. That was a matchup that we were used to seeing, and now we get to see it again. It's also Bane in the jungle, so technically it also... We did see this at M3, I believe it was Wise also utilizing the Bane in the jungle a lot of the time, so very, very interesting stuff. Obviously, for the Hanzo, you're going to be clearing out. You have a lot of damage, but neutral objective control, it's still Vivol who holds it. Implosion downtown, still able to get... Oh, Flicker's out too! Out of the final slash from Violet too! Vivian going to be caught from the Echo, forced to run away. It's a Vengeance all the way, Melee! Oh no! A bit too aggressive under the turret, now get punished by Vivol! A missed mechanic!
Wasn't watching the meter.
Yeah.
Just came flying in right under the tower. Maybe thought she was going to be able to get the kill there. Not quite able to do it. Let's look at that replay. It's all good from here. It's all good from here for Vega. And I see Melee come flying in, and I'm like, all right, maybe she's... No. But all right, it's 1 for 1. Jungler does go down there. So now it's 1-1. The only problem is the jungler on the side of Team Falcon's Vega goes down, and all for the price of just a roamer. That's a good trade for Team Vitality, especially when you're going up against a Hanzo.
And, oh man, that setup was just so clean for Falcon's Vega, right? The combos were all there. Tal was actually able to pop the Earth Shatter right before she got caught in the implosion. So she canceled the implosion, flickered out of the penalty zone, used the Primal Rat, and then Violent came in with the final slash. That was perfect for Falcon's Vega, but unfortunately, one thing had to go wrong, and it was very unfortunate that it had to be the jungler, because yeah, like you mentioned, it just became not value at all, with Melee getting picked off for the roam, especially considering, technically for Vitality, they're okay if they just stay equal in the early to mid game, because they are a scaling comp. They have the Lunas that can scale. I would even say Bane scales, because have you seen late game damage Bane?
Late game Bane in general.
Yeah, Crab Claw Cannon hurts half your HP. Depends on what build you go for, obviously. But I think she's going to go for like the half hybrid build, which is the build that can, get half of your HP with 1 Crab Claw Cannon.
And he even gets a little bit of sustainability. He can hang out. He can take a couple shots to the face, get the passive off. I mean, it's definitely going to be a problem when we creep into the late game. I think Team Falcon's Vega can't take that small mess up to heart. They still need to push the aggression.
Joe already using the Chaos Dome now. Good Tony from Chinny. Able to use Dominus Ascent. Stunning Violet. Retribution battle's going to be Vivo wins it. Deadly catch onto the back, knocking them up as well. Dominus is still there. Now the final slash used up, but Fumi is low. Fumi, doesn't get the final shot. Chin Chao still in the bottom lane, just looking for a trade, and she is able to get all of that turret shield down below. Team Vitality traded with a turtle and a kill.
Vivian timed the push so perfectly. The moment Melee came out of skill and was actually able to be hit, Vivian was just waiting for it, and times it perfectly. Pushes Melee to where you see no retribution, you see no ability to take this. Secures Vital. Not only that, but it's able to get enough damage to kill the Shadow. And that's that.
Deadly catch. Vivol going to be taken down. Good assassination from Melee. The big strength of the Hanzo in the jungle. When you dive in and no one's there to help you, say goodbye, even if you are Bane. Oh, she's going damage. Hunter Strike.
And I think, that's on the Bane. At least first item, it looks like she's going to keep on going with this. Next item, maybe, what do you just go like Malefic Roar next, or do you go Endless Battle? Where do you go next on the Bane, really?
I don't know, me personally, especially after seeing MP the King and MSC, I like to go War Axe Thunderbolt, that kind of build. It's kind of cringe, that build, but it works.
You get a little bit of sustainability, especially since you're up close, and especially up against something that's going to give you so much damage as Melee in the early game, and we're already seeing the Melee doesn't want to stop, even taking a death. And that's the good thing about the Hanzos. Even after taking death, you still aren't in too much risk when you keep using the Pinnacle Ninja, and you can just go out there, cause some damage, slow them down a little bit. Even if you don't get the kill, you slow them down a little bit. So just a lot of possibilities and variety with Team Falcon Vega draft. Down to the gold lane though. Shell up against Chincha, level 8 versus level 8, nothing too major. The trades are coming a bit even, but when we look at the towers, Team Falcons Vega is winning out a little bit.
That's what I was talking about, by the way.
Not the health bar almost.
Crab Claw Cannon. What? It put Funny down to a quarter of her HP.
That's just one item.
That's just one item. We're talking about scaling. Yeah, no need for that. Now Melee trying to go for the steal, doesn't get it. Vivol still so consistent on that retribution. 3 turtles to Team Vitality.
Well, I think the good thing about the Vayne too is you get a bigger burst combination of damage with the Retribution. Compared to Melee, it's more of a shred damage there for a second and timing the Retri, so it's not as clean. I think Vivo will continue to have the advantage when it comes into terms of, whoa, big final slash.
Good final slash cancel out. Mattel still getting demolished by the Dominator's Descent. Violet Vengeance in the Dominator's Descent still there, chunking their HP bars. Whoa, Cindy goes to the back. That's Funi as well. Able to pop into Black Shoes now in 1v1 against Cindy. Puts in the Johnny Boys down as they've been in the bottom lane. Does seem like they were able to get rid of Violet. Now it's just a win for Team Vitality. Chinchaw was able to get a turret up top. That was the only trade that they got.
Okay. I was a man of little faith when it came to the Zask, but boy am I becoming a believer at this point. Malefic Roar does get locked in for Vival as a second item. Gonna help at least maybe deal with Thal a little bit, but just add even more damage, and depending on who else, we have the Thunderbelt, on who else wants to build this defensively, it's gonna just help shred through, and I think the Hunter Strike's a great first item as well. You get the speed boost, you get a little bit more movement on a hero that doesn't have any dashes, so in the end, it works out well for Team Vitality, and at this point in the game, they're hitting a nice power spike. They're gonna have control of the map, and Team Falcons Vega, what's the answer here? I mean, I don't see the Hans all the time. We have the early game aggression. Does it fall off like a lot of other assassins? Like, where do we go from here with Melee?
Good question. No, the Hanzo does scale really well into the later stage of the game. The only problem is, even if she uses Pinnacle Ninja, I feel, especially considering Vival's building damage too, you jump in, you're dead. I mean, you still get to survive, obviously, because your real body isn't there. But if you're just stunned out of the team fight and you don't have Pinnacle Ninja,
you might as well be dead.
Solid frames, yeah, for Vitality to capitalize on. It's really about Melee coming in at the very end. You can't play the normal Hanzo playstyle where you want to go in, you know, look for damage and then go back. You really need to just wait and be the assassin from the Echo to the bush.
And it completely changes the way you want to approach lords and things too, right? Because you only have a certain time frame that you can really, you can't hold it. The rest of you have to really be able to count on the rest of the team, and the rest of your team has to know, okay, this is when we're going. We got about 10 seconds, and we need to make it count. So it's either that we rely completely on Melee, or we kind of wait out for Chinchaw here to start to scale. Luckily, Chinchaw's taking no deaths, but Shell also taking no deaths, and Shell's going to start shredding down Violet. Shell's going to start shredding down Thal. We're already seeing the damage from Vval. If the game continues at this pace, Team Vitalities should be able to stay in control.
I think so. Again, right? They are very happy to just be even against Falcons Vega at this time. But the fact that they are 3,000 gold ahead puts them in such a good position, because at this point, they can hold the Lord. They can play the Lord dance, but they don't even need to. It's Team Falcons Vega that needs to look for a play. And even then, they can get poked. Cindy here, getting poked in the mid lane. That's what Melee can do. Oh, an assassination in the mid lane. Melee finding the play. Cindy popped the Dominator's Descent a bit too late. Vivian now is going to be coming on the final slash, bringing her back. Pops in the Implosion in time. No shove just yet. Vival in the midst of it all with the deadly catch as well. Violet able to find a little bit there. Tal, as an Earth Shatter kill in the midst of it all. Jumping in, gets deleted by Chinchaw. Vivian going to be next on the chopping block as Melee dives in deep onto Vival. But she's still able to survive. Back to the Pinnacle Ninja that she placed down 3-4-2.
Watch for Fumi Echo, though. Doesn't want to let him have this Lord for free. Vival still on the map, finally got Endless Battle in, and this is where the damage is really going to start taking off. This is where those passive procs are going to proc along with the Endless Battle, and it's not just going to be the crap cannon that you have to worry about. So I like the way it's going here. And again, the big problem with having this Hanzo is you can't really rush Lord, right? When you already use your Pinnacle Ninja, you can't just stand there in front of Lord and basic attack it. You know, there's not a whole lot you can do. You need your team with you. So Teams Falcons Vega, we're pretty much back to ground zero here.
Vitality are on the Lord. Just bursting it down with Shell in the chaos now. Vival picks it up with the Retribution. Pinnacle Ninja used up with the detonator. Implosion from Vivian in the back as the shove gets them as well. So much time bought. Final slash on the Shell. Still with the Brilliance. Still able to escape from the Echo. Against 3 members will finally be dealt with. 2-0. As Lord gets taken by Vitality. Violet is hovering over. She doesn't have the final slash, so it is all but over to fight Melee. Doesn't want it to be over. Jumps in again. Shell able to dash away from the Synchro Vision. Vivian gonna be choked down, but she is able to get the shove, forcing Melee to jump back to the Pinnacle Ninja.
Okay, so Team Falcons Vega, they get the 2 kills. They try to push in onto the mid tower, but again, you have Vival, you have Vivian. Vivo alone is going to have some good wave clear. At this point, though, Team Falcons Vega are finally going to at least get something out of that win. As long as they can shred down this Lord, it's definitely a win for them in that last Lord pit. Taking a look at the items, Vivol, looking like we're going straight to BOD, straight to BOD. So Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, BOD. We're talking straight damage. As Nicey would say, big damn. Now, on the side of Team Falcons Vega, I want to take a look at Chincha. We got that Magic Crystal in. We got the Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe. We're starting to see Chincha really start to output a bit. Definitely ahead of Shell right now. Tower does not drop, so Team Falcons Vega lose essentially nothing out of that Lord.
Yeah. This is why, by the way, for Team Vitality, this is a very risky composition to play because technically, yeah, you do have control over the neutral objectives, but in terms of structures, it's going to be really hard to start sieging down without a marksman. Damage dealt, though. Again, team fighting-wise, they're good. They're really good. Look at that Bane.
Yeah, but Hanzo's sitting right behind, just waiting, you know? And as you said, Hanzo's just continuing to scale, and Hanzo, there's no answer to Hanzo.
No.
Zero answer to Hanzo. The only answer is kill everybody and then get to Hanzo. Or Fumi Echo needs to kind of sit a little bit farther away from these fights, find angles, and maybe get to the back line with a big penalty zone. You know, but one of them needs to be the so who do you send for the Hunter? Do you send somebody for the Hunter? Do you know? There's got to be some way to play around this. They need to find some answer because I don't know if just meeting them head on is the correct way to approach it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of ways now that you're mentioning it, right? At this point, how do you get to the Hanzo? Especially considering, look at how far Maylane is from the team. She's just in the base, constantly using the Pinnacle Ninja, jumping back to the normal body. Fumi Echo, penalty zone, implosion. Oh, she missed it! Violet able to flicker out of it. Shell with the Brilliance now on the Tau, still has a Primal Wrath, decides to pop it in. The Dominator's descent was baited out too. These are some big resources. Wow, Violet!
Big resources 15 seconds before the Lord comes in. Maylane's already got Pinnacle Ninja ready to go. Chincha still has Zamon's Force. Funi and Thal are the only ones that use their ultimates, and that's not a big loss. And Funi's already got Black Shoes back. At this point, Team Falcons Vega could go for the Lord Rush here, but Team Vitality never seemed to feel shaken even after those mess-ups. They're still hanging out down here. They're still like, nah, we'll fight for this. We'll push this. Is it the right play, though?
Final slash on the Fumi Echo, still able to survive right now. Jumps in with the penalty zone right now. Oh. Vivian goes in. Vivo is able to delete Chin Chow. Sun back into the normal body now. No Pinnacle Ninja for a bit. But she finds it back again. She can go for it. Cine is waiting in the bush right now. Pops into Dominator's descent once again. And it's into the implosion, into the shove, and the chaos too. They find it this time. And Vivo is on a killing spree.
BDB. Big Damage Bane.
BDB.
BDB. And we just saw Chincha lose about 90% of a health bar with about one shot and then finished off with the final one. Completely destroyed. Chincha now is going to have to second think about how she jumps into these fights. And now we're starting to see some of the downfalls of Maylane, right? If Maylane can't be there, if Thal goes down and Thal gets shredded, then there's nothing to protect Chincha, right? There's nothing to protect Fumi at this point. So Team Falcons Vega also have to think about how they want to approach these fights because now the damage scales are starting to heavily favor into Team Vitality.
It's going to be very scary as we enter the base here. For Falcons Vega, they can still go for the defense, obviously. Oh, that damage on the Vivo. Whoa. Might be able to find it. Deadly Catch this engage. But that's a lot of HP burnt out of Vivo. As they still have a Lord to play with. Falcons Vega, good clear. They have a Lilia. They have a Harith. Violet try to go for the final slash, unable to get it. A big resource spent. Lord up top, enhanced, charging down. Tal. That's good Dominator's descent. Zoned him away from the turret as the Lord just chunks through the turret there. Maylane again on the Vivo, but he buys Immortality just in time. Lord on the base. Able to split Falcons Vega up. Final slash again, connecting down to two members. Fumi Echo still in the midst of it all with Vivian there. Good shove. And the penalty zone locks them down to the back with, again, the Dominator's descent. Just doing so much damage. Vivian loses Immortality. Maylane looking for the damage down again. Sky Piercer taking Immortality. Vivo pops into Deadly Catch. Now Cine going to be chased down. Maylane very low. Still going for the chase, still has the Pinnacle Ninja, but has to decide to play it slow. They've lost two base turrets.
Okay, so they're able to defend a bit there. For a second, it looked very dangerous. Let's take a look at the replay. This is where we see that the Pinnacle Ninja is just unable to do anything. A beautiful descent even early on to get the first tower and then back again to get the second. Watch Chinshaw here. Drops him on Force, but is instantly just taken out. Maylane saves the day here, finding Shell, finding some of the damage. Chinshaw, no, I mean, the damage is just too much. Harith cannot hang out. And I don't think she can risk like building defensively at all, right? Finally gets the winner crown, but when it happens that fast, you don't even got time to click the button. You know, you have to preemptively click it because you never know when the crab cannon's going to ricochet and hit you. So it's still just troublesome for Chinshaw right now.
It really is. It's a big problem. And I think at this point, it's not just a problem for Chinshaw. It's really a problem for even the frontliners because the Endless Battle and the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike, there's a lot of, there's true damage in the Endless Battle. There's a lot of penetration in the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike. And the fact now that if you dive on towards them, they have a winner crown too. Yeah. They can pop in Deadly Catch and then freeze.
Winner crown, fool.
Winner crown, fool.
And that even helps again. It's going to be helping against Maylane. We've already seen the answer to Maylane. If the Pinnacle Ninja comes in, maybe it's a penalty zone or maybe it's a Deadly Catch or something like that. But just in case Vivol's really in danger, you win a crown, you have enough time to get at least one more Crab Claw Cannon back and boom, boom,
indeed.
Boom. Right in the kisser.
Right. That caught me off guard for sure. It almost caught me off, like, the Leo moment earlier in the analyst panel. I wonder what sounds Bane makes, Maybe we'll throw it over to Leo to do that. We've heard Kaka before. Yeah, maybe that, He's an octopus, right?
Yeah. Well, he's like, what's his name? From Pirates.
Yes. Jonathan, that's his name, yeah. Let's talk about this Lord, though. 18 minutes in, that's an Evolved Lord. It's a big boy. Team Falcons Vega. At this point, how do they even set up for this? Because really, they can't hold on to it. They really just have to retaliate. They have to wait for Vitality to make the proactive move.
Mayling's going to be working on the purple buff. I mean, Team Falcons Vega are taking their time, but we already know Team Vitality can rush a Lord down if they want to. The last Lord got taken down in a matter of seconds. So if Team Vitality knows that Maylane is far away and knows Chinshaw is not in the game, I would not put it past Vitality at all to just jump onto this. But they do know the damage is a possibility. So I like the positioning from Cine and Vivian. Not rushing. They have they're behind in gold right now, actually. So this could be due to why they're kind of taking this slow. At this point, one mistake from either one could spell doom. Let's take a look at these items real fast. Look at Fumi Echo with a huge gold lead over Violet, but we're getting into danger zone. I mean, we're getting into a tied up zone where it's going to be about 62k gold. Everyone's maxed out on items, and then it just comes down to pure gameplay, to what comp outdoes the other. We talked about the late game possibilities of Vivol. Does this mean the game is pretty much in the bag for Team Vitality? Because I still feel like Team Falcons Vegas have a lot of answers. They just need to watch out for some of those crab claw cannons, essentially.
Yeah. I think it's still very, very gray. It's still very 50-50, but the advantage is definitely on Team Vitality. They got 2 base turrets.
Yeah,
they can play the long
just that
game.
alone.
Exactly. So macro advantage, yes. Team fight advantage, at this point, I don't even know. It really comes down to the execution. Because Falcons Vega have a pretty good late game too with the Hanzo. Yeah. As long as Maylane comes in at the very last moment, right? She can't be the one, or together with the team, she can't be the one engaging. Conceal. Good onward catching Vivian! Immortality going to be popped right now as the damage descent is right in the midst with all people. Gets rid of the Pinnacle Ninja. They're still Tal able to use the Primal Raptors. Fumi Echo jumps forward. Chell onto the Brilliant she goes. Cine able to flicker back away. Good penalty zone. Tal going to be taken down there. Even Violet falling to the chaos damage of Tal.
Man, I really like Team Falcons Vega approach in the beginning. They should have just got their one pick off and backed off because Maylane was able to keep Vivol away. And it's like almost like, okay, this is the plan. We keep Vivol away out of the fight, we get our kill, and we back off. But then they stay a bit too long. But wait a second.
Pinnacle Ninja on the tower! Getting the back finding the flank! Funi's next to the chopping block, pops into Brilliance. Funi gonna be chased down. The damage is real. Flicker forward, Tel finds a double.
Somebody had to flank the back line. We were wondering who it was gonna be. Well, Shell showed up. There was no hiding today for Maylane, and now it's nothing but chin shot. This could be the end.
Penalty zone into the Purify. Fumi Echo losing the Immortality. Vivol still there, trying to go for the Crab Claw Cannon. Chin shot. Oh my goodness! God. Gets deleted from the map. Match point for Vitality.
Holy smokes. Team Vitality seems to have the answers right now. The Bane, man. I know Leo's a happy boy right now. He's playing tap dance over there in the analytical studio right now. Let him know, because, I mean, just overall, insane. Team Vitality feels good. It's 2-1 now, and we definitely have us a best of 5 overall, Mirko.
Man, what a performance there. Really surprised with these picks. We're going to throw it over to the analysts. Renmar, Bane, what's up?
Did you just call me Bane, or are you just asking me what's up about the Bane?
I think he was referring to me.
Oh, he's referring to you.
I'm the king of the... I am happy that the Bane did get a dub, but it was a much closer fight than we thought, despite it being a very scrappy match overall, a lot of team fighting, that the Bane and the lineup of Team Vitality just overall should excel in. Falcons of Vega really made this match take its toll on the defending champions. What was that, 20-something, 21? 22 minutes?
Yeah, roughly around the 20-minute mark, a little bit over than that. They had to bring each other to the limit. Unique drafts for both sides. The gold lane Lunox, the jungle Bane. On the side for Vitality, or Falcons Vega rather, you see the Hanzo get shown up. So these are two lineups that have the potential to come up from dishonest angles, surprise angles as we would like to call them here in MLBB, where it's not the typical front to back. It's more of expect one or two to come off from a weird angle, changing the dynamic of a team fight. But one thing was sure though, in that game number 2, it was Vival. Vival was one of the surest things for that game number 2.
Well, there is a saying, when Bane's inside your base, that's insane.
It is.
And just save for these objective fights, again, the Turtle, the Lord, and even turrets, those are the main strengths of a Bane. But the way that they drafted, the way that they were able to create multiple boxes, again, we talked about the Zask on Chinny, that's where she is, and where the little spawn is.
Yeah.
Fumi Echo, where she eventually jumps in to get the penalty zone. Vivian, of course, anywhere she has an implosion. Those are already 3 activatable zones that the Bane can call its base and then shoot a deadly catch from that angle. I wish there was more that I could break down and show you guys visually, but there is a play later on that I will break down that just shows how it's less about Team Vitality's creativity or Team Vitality's angles, but more of their pick-offs. Weirdly enough, in a team fighting comp, what their major wins are not wherein they wipe out, but wherein they pick off 1 or 2 and then just deny anything close to a comeback from Falcons Vega.
Let's see who the MVP of that game number 3 is. We're heading into match point, and the crucial player there was Vival, as we mentioned.
Shiver me timbers!
The Bane. Would you like to expound? I know you're so happy that Bane is shining.
Yeah, all right. I can talk about anything from the items to the emblems, the way she rotated, and her weaknesses. Again, this is not a perfect game by any means, right? She died a couple of times.
Oh, for sure.
Juggled around the winner crown, juggled around the immortality, but the way she built it, using the Warcry specifically, she went for the Hunter Strike first, which is a very low-to-the-ground way of building the Bane. She went Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, and then straight up greeted out with a Blade of Despair into that utility item aforementioned. This is that play right here that made a lot of what followed for Team Vitality possible. You have a Harith that has Purify that wants to make fights last under your zone of influence, under your circle or your box. But if you burst them down, if you put that little boy to take a nap, there's not much that your squad can do, even with melee on the Hanzo, which is another key thing that the Bane on Vival made impossible. Because yes, the Ghost. The Pinnacle Ninja. Yes, it's my best friend right here. All right, here you go, buddy.
Finally, someone taller. Finally, a hero that I'm taller than.
He's stout, though. He's stout.
He's stout.
The Pinnacle Ninja. Yes, when it comes through, it's chunkier than the Hanzo, believe it or not. It's chunkier than the Hanzo, but given the Warcry onto Vival's Bane, she's able to just chunk away, even through basic attacks. She doesn't need to wait for the Ale nor the Crab Claw Cannon to take down the Ghost. I think that was one of the key things that made her die just once, maybe. Remember those moments where the Ghost and everyone was chasing Vival?
Yeah.
The fact that she could basic attack that Ghost and stay like a tenth of her health, but not die. She didn't die. made the difference.
Because of the presence of Bane's ability kit, with the ability that we call the Crab Claw Cannon, that when you toss the cannon onto someone and there's an opponent behind your initial target, it will bounce back. The ricochet causes a lot of damage. When you toss out what's called the deadly catch, those sharks causes a lot of damage and it zones out. As to why you can actually, if your Team Vitality just brute force team fights up against Vega, throw everything you have, and eventually that Pinnacle Ninja is going to go down and it's going to be difficult for Falcons Vega. Vega needed to take like 1 or 2 steps, while Team Vitality just threw away the stairs and just went ahead with it. Let's go ahead now with the play that Leo wants to break down here. What you got for me, man?
Okay, so this is a fight wherein, in all honesty, the brutal truth is Falcons Vega actually set up very well. You'll see here that they have control of the River Bush. The River Bush is a massive objective when it comes to not just Lord takes or team fights, but just in general. If you're able to control that part of the map, right here, see that Violet's right there? She can set up an amazing final slash, which she did, and it led to a retreat by Fumi Echo, compromising her penalty zone. But then again, check this out. She comes back, and it forces out. It happens so fast, ladies and gentlemen. Let me roll it back. Real quick. Okay, don't blink. Look at Chincha. She still has her Purify right there.
She's airborne.
Rather, right there. And she is airborne, yes, but she's gonna keep going. Check this out. Whoop.
Bang.
See, my finger can't even click fast enough, and this was before Vival bought the Blade of Despair. So you can purify, but when the answer is all in damage, it's over. And what does this lead to? Single. Again, a lot of the wins from Vitality were not all in wipes. Pickoffs after pickoffs. And eventually, look, there wasn't enough damage for them. And look, they're going to still try to re-engage because, again, you still have a solid damage source in Mei lane here. And even Funi taking control of that River Bush. Again, they're holding it. And the answer. Once again, they were still holding on to Vivian's implosion. And Shell even had the shift. Shell can even go Chaos Order, Chaos Order. Yeah. And Vival is just clearly relying on her basics. Because, again, it's a War Cry Bane. And it not only converted into a pickoff on Chincha, it also converted into a kill on Violet and Tal, and, of course, a Lord take. Clean and brutal. Very scalpel accurate, but just the same. It's like a katana.
I like the sound effect that you did right there.
Thanks.
Accurate.
I've been working on that.
How long?
2 minutes.
Great. Shock and awe, I feel like, is what's filled with the lineup of Team Vitality in that game number 3. Whereas the lineup of Falcons Vega felt more disaster response. And we saw that. And the times where they would try to shock and awe, again, that's where we saw they have to layer a few things before you get the full effect.
Which luckily they have a lot of tools to do. Again, the final slash from Violet.
Yeah.
You have the panic button of the Primal Wrath. Which again does well since you do stack up on hits from the very hyperactive and aggro lineup from Team Vitality. And as well, I think what was dangerous is what they were relying on damage in the absence of Mei lane were all pure magic, which is why I think Fumi Echo rushed the Radiant Armor, which allowed for them to, hold on just a little bit longer.
All right, now as we're heading into this ever so crucial game number 4, let's get a quick water shot here because I'm going to go on over to Leo's side. I want to talk more a little bit about Falcons Vega.
Okay.
I want to talk about who do you think here now needs to be the focus? Because it seems like it's been a little bit sometimes Mei lane, sometimes whoever. Who do you think now the Team Falcons Vega needs to play around to really maximize the potential of them forcing a game number 5?
All right. This might surprise you, but the answer is Chincha!
Chincha?
It's gotta be Chincha. It's always been Chincha. Ever since groups, playoffs, remember? Damn you, Chincha!
Oh, yeah.
If they can find a way to set the map up for her to do that, which I think they can, Game 2 looked very good for Falcons Vega. Here, her on the Harith, maybe they may have forgotten how fast one could be bursted down, how the Harith is still a little soft baby boy, that even if you do have a Purify, look, what Vitality drafted, this is worse than an Assassin. Harith can deal with an Assassin, could not deal with Zask, Bane, and Lunok. So if they can do that, like protect Chincha, starting from the draft, then we're cooking.
Yeah, and it adds to the point that Chincha seems to be that type of player that even though this draft it does not go well for her pick, she was able to get a good enough stat line on that Harith. So now I agree with you. Team Falcons Vega will have to reconsider their drafting priorities here and think about picking up something or drafting a lineup that will allow Chincha to just free hit from the backline or maybe get that late entry that she is so good at. So, for Team
Moskov.
Falcons Vega, Moskov. Yeah, I like that you immediately said Moskov. But it also goes to building your row, mid, and jungle really well so that Chincha, if ever the team fight goes in, she doesn't go into the fray right away. Either she'll go into the fray as a cleanup, like a Roger type of jungler, gold laner.
That's right.
Or just a gold laner that won't even see any boxes of their opponents because you're in a safe distance.
Yeah, but that's the Moskov, right? You are far away, maybe working on a turret elsewhere or hiding in a bush somewhere, throwing out the SOD, and then you essentially just bypass the box, bypass the zone, and draw straight lines towards A to B, taking down your opponents.
That is the prize that they're fighting for. Glory, the trophy, MWI 2024. This is still only the semifinals. But if Vitality wins this now, we're going to see the Queens of MLBB able to defend their title. But Falcons Vega still has a chance to force game number 5. Vitality goes back onto the red side as Falcons Vega decides to go blue. Vitality takes away the Zask, respecting Funi in the mid.
Zask is, I'd hate to say it, an easier hero to make a living nightmare than Jushin. I think they now share a fair amount of wins given their sample size. But
Yeah.
when you think about Zask, he's annoying as is.
Yeah.
Jushin, when she's annoying, partly that's because there's really not much you can do. The extremes are just higher for Jushin.
I totally get you. It's like if Jushin gets picked up because it was picked and built to be annoying, while the Zask, no matter who you pair it up
That's
with,
right.
is just straight up annoying. So, Falcons Vega, let's see what they'll take out of the red side. Will they consider the Valentina ban, stuff like that? Vitality still hasn't taken away the Minotaur, so finally we might be able to see it in play.
Oh, we're gonna see at least a Minotaur or a Valentina now.
Yeah. Valentina gets taken out. This looks like a very obvious Minotaur first pick, but Roger is still available.
Minotaur!
Minotaur. Are we gonna get it? Because
If not, what else? What could be more important than a Minotaur?
Because again, Minotaur, a great hero for responding against or blocking out the potential heroes that have a lot of dashes, a la Roger. So now, if the Minotaur gets picked up here by Falcons Vega, Vitality. Oh, no. Not that one bounce house. Okay. There's a pick that Coach Midnight of Cloud9 mentioned earlier, very first pickable. They pick up Terizla. And now they're respecting Fumi Echo. We're finally going to see Fumi of Vitality in a different hero in the XP lane.
Again, that's the known element. If Fumi Echo's gonna do anything, it's turn fights around. And how do you do that? You do it with a hero like Terizla, you do it with a hero like Edith, you do it with a hero like Arlott. And because of that, I don't think Vitality's going to budge. I think the fact that the Minotaur and the Tigreal are still open might not. Never mind. If it's open, it's open.
There you go, Mino. So,
The mother tanks gets the. Oh, look at that!
Edith. If I'm not
That's a front
mistaken,
line. That's a front line.
yeah, that's a front line right there. If I'm not mistaken, the highest win rate right now. Oh, not
It's
exactly.
Minotaur
It's Minotaur with 70% in MWI.
with a ridiculous sample size too.
Yeah, so it's two of the highest win rate heroes right now. Power picks for Vitality. But now we're going to be seeing Jushin on the side of Falcons Vega.
So far, the first two picks for Team Vitality are good Jushin picks. Like, she will throw away the onward combo. She will, disincentivize a jump from a Minotaur forcing out a flicker.
Yep.
So this is good.
Oh, Carmilla
This was
and
a ban
Jushin
earlier.
together. Yeah, this was banned out by Vitality. Interesting combination. So, Vitality would go for I wouldn't say it's the obvious response, but it makes a lot of sense.
It's a response.
Yeah, as the members of Falcons Vega would like to fight around a small certain area. low Yi would be great in terms of the magic. So their magic damage is covered already for Vitality. They'll either need stronger sources of physical or maybe one source of true damage.
Yep.
Something that is good for longer sustained team fights, because longer sustained team fights is what Falcons Vegas, Carmilla, and Jushin are great at.
So yeah, you don't want the Harith here. Moskov? Do you still want the Moskov? You're thinking you ban the Moskov? Because I think Vitality would be okay with a carry.
Yeah.
And they don't have to steal. They don't have to ban the carry because their first pick on the swingback.
Yeah. Well, let's see if there will be any changes in priorities for the gold lane. Here's a quick little fun fact for everyone tuning in right now. Vitality and Falcons Vega, their entire history, they've played 83 games against each other.
Over the past 3 years.
Over the past 3 years, maybe even a little bit longer. Vitality, well, before that, Falcons Vega has won 11 of those 83. Vitality has won 72. This is why it's such a massive mountain to climb for Falcons Vega. If they force a game number 5, it will be a massive deal.
What is that, an 85% win rate, give or take?
Give or take, yes.
All right, look at this. Team Vitality had it with Maylane's Hanzo. Get out of here.
If they're drafting Hanzo, I'm leaning more towards the idea that Vitality might actually be picking up a carry.
Exactly. That's what they're setting up. They're taking care of all of the Shinobi.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they've taken away the two.
The two of the 3 ninjas.
Hanabi is one of the ninjas.
Correct.
Is Kagura considered a ninja?
No, she's a shrine maiden.
Ah, I see. Interesting lore, by the way, between Hayabusa and Kagura.
Good story.
The X-Borg, Falcons Vega. So we're going to be seeing maybe both sides having gold laners that aren't the most mobile or will need a bit of time to get mobility. So I'm thinking the heroes that you mentioned earlier, Carry, Moscow, but no. They're going to go for...
It's a last-minute flex. You don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. That could go jungle. That doesn't necessarily have to be the gold laner here.
Now Falcons, they have to pick up their gold laner and their jungler.
I wonder if Vitality has it in them. Do they have a history of playing double fighters? Double fighter side lanes.
Ooh.
Set up for
what
sort
do you
of like hyper carry jungle.
Rubes.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a Ruby in the gold.
Do they want the Harith? Oh, they can pick up the Harith. I like the Harith here.
I don't like it against.
You're just gonna struggle in the early against the Roger, but we don't even know where the Roger's going. I think that's what Falcons Vega here is thinking about.
Okay, Nolan from A lane. I'd rather Moscow for carry. There it is.
Okay.
It's the Moscow for them.
This is what we talked about earlier. Put it on Chincha. Have her draw that straight line. Now, the veil comes off. What does Vitality put in the gold lane? Is it this Roger or is it something else? And then you give Vival the Roger, call it a day.
Well, thinking about it, in lane Roger, see, it's Shell's pick that they're trying to go for. So I think they're trying to decide, really, is this Roger going to stay in the gold lane as we're thinking, or will he get flexed into the jungle? Vival already has her hero, and we're just waiting for Chell's matchup. Is it the priority lane matchup or overall rounding up of the composition?
I still have a Harith open. Is Harith or carry?
And
Or
there it is.
neither. Here comes the Brody. Prior banned.
It was banned out earlier. And Vitality will go for the fast end. With Brody in the field, there's a chance this may end at around 15 minutes and quicker. Falcons Vega, what's their condition?
Falcons Vega needs to get past that. They need to get enough farm on Chincha and maybe win from mid. I think that's one of the few ways they can do that, actually. Win from mid with Funi on the Jushin.
Match point for the Queens of MLBB. They win this and they will be able to defend their crown. But Falcons Vega have a lineup that maybe, if they buy enough time or find the right time, can force a game number 5. Mirko, Trex, how y'all feeling about the drafts for this game number 4?
We're feeling great about it. I mean, both teams continue to push the boundaries of ML here. I think we had some good trades along the whole draft, Mirko. Vitality comes out on top in possibly the gold lane there. But Falcons Vega secure pretty solid mid. They get the juice in, they get this Noland. We saw how well Chincha did do on the Moskov, so I think as long as Chincha can deal with this Brody, can deal with Shell, there's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Team Falcons Vega, they really have to put some resources into the gold lane. Maybe not just some. They need to put a lot of resources into gold lane. Because if they are both left alone, or especially if Team Vitality play around that strong side, that strong matchup with the Brody Moskov, and if Chell takes the lane slow, they might be able to shut Chinchao down in lane before all these fights start. Even the first turtle, they can do it. Especially with the Loyi, that maneuverability. Luckily for them, they got Funi on the juice in, so you can see that happen a lot. You know, Fumieko just getting ragdolled back and forth by the Lantern Flare.
Yeah, it's definitely going to slow Team Vitality down, I think, a little bit in terms of rotation. Fumieko, who's someone who likes to really rotate to mid here and there, may have to stop here and there. Maybe not be able to get as involved early on, but here comes some of that pressure into the gold lane already. Vivian, though, getting the brunt of it.
He picked up, thrown back to the team. Into the passive there for Mei lane, unable to get it as Vivian is forced to flicker out, but still, massive resource going to slow down that level 4 power spike of Team Vitality as they control the mid lane, even zoning Cine away. You can see that, Lantern Flare, but you got to be careful. That's a lot of damage returned towards Funi.
Yeah, Lu Yi, you get those combos off, and the early game damage is actually insane. You forget sometimes how hard that Lu Yi hits just at level 3. Uh-oh, Vivo, though, looking for a possible play here.
Goes in with Lycan Pounce, and Funi isn't really able to get the stacks on to pick her up, but still, a lot of damage placed down, even despite that level 4 delay. The Falcons Vega did. Violet now got that at level 4. It's still Vivo on the turtle, mainly on it. Tal now walking up, gonna go for the stun as well. Vivo, whoa! With a great steal, dodging away from the stun too with the Lycan Pounce. Now gonna be picked up, thrown back, is able to go to the human form now as Fumieko jumps into the back line with the onward. That's a Minus Fury caught in. Vivo still getting a bit of sustain, but Violet will be able to pick up the first blood. Fumieko with a 2v1 again with the Primal Wrap, but the Spear of Vengeance connects, and Chincha will be able to participate all the way from the gold lane to the bottom side.
And so Chincha continues to make plays across the map. Last time I saw her on this Moskov, I felt like it was a good hero for her. Even with the bad matchup, she can find ways to be important in this game. Team Vitality splits them up so well here. They do lose Vivol there, and it ends up not exactly working out in their favor, but you're already seeing some of the possibilities from their composition. They get the turtle in that, so at least they don't completely lose out. Looking at the gold, Team Falcons Vega, it's only about 500 right now.
You can see the reactions as well earlier from the coach and analyst there. You want to know a fun fact? The coach's name, Susu Gaja, that means elephant milk, if you translate it to English.
Have you ever had elephant's milk?
No.
It's not bad.
Maybe he's had. Maybe that'll be a good question to ask him, you know? In an interview later on. Susu Gaja.
Susu Gaga.
No. Yeah.
Suchu?
Susu
Susu?
Gaja.
Susu Gaja.
There you go.
It's a good name. It's a good name. Uh-oh. Fumi.
Very interesting. Gets the mail lane. Almost getting the fracture down. That was close.
I like the ideas. Team Falcons Vegas always seems to come with a plan looking for these little pickoffs. If they can get it to pull off, it's definitely going to give them a nice early game lead. Still only holding about 500 gold. Taking a look at some of these emblems, Meilane is going to be able to get this lethal ignition, get a little burn to maybe secure some of these early game kills if things don't go, if she's not able to completely burst them down. On the side of Team Vitality, Cindy as well, lethal ignition, Shell. Gonna have a little bit more speed. Evil. I'm wondering exactly how this next turtle's gonna go. Team Vitality was able to steal it very smoothly. Vivo, with no one behind her, was able to pull in. Does Team Falcons Vega want to try to zone her away this time?
We'll see. It seems for Vivian this time around. Oh, they'll all actually make it. With divergence, Cindy gets spotted in. So Funi probably knows something is up, and yeah. Good read there by Funi. Seeing Cindy, knowing other members are there. Seems like for Vitality, they're still going for the contest. Earth Shadow Flicker combo into the Minus Fury. Mainly still able to dodge away from it. But Vivol gets a lot of space. Penalty zone, not connecting on anyone right now. So Miyako pops in Primal Wrath. That's a double vacuum into Vivol, trying to run them down, but it's unable to do so. Chell with a good stun now. Torn apart memory ready with the Purify. Gets the stacks out of there. Only getting Violet in the skirmish. Well played to both teams, but It's a win for Vitality.
Yeah, huge win for Vitality. I was thinking Team Falcons Vega might try to do the zoning, but in the end, Team Vitality pushes back Maylane. Look at the replay real quick. Maylane's already been pushed back. They did a great job on it. Chincha tries to come in.
Boom.
Not really able to do too much, but then the torn apart memories help seal the deal there. Shell still picks up the kill, even though not getting it with the ultimate, not getting it with the torn apart memories, but still gets a kill into the pocket, and that's going to put Shell in a great trajectory for the rest of this game.
That upside though. Ooh, Chell? There's going to be a diversion from Vitality. Chell has enough HP to survive. And again, Vitality turn it around.
Whoa.
Pure Vengeance.
You do it?
Onto the back. It's a very risky move. If you do it, you're going to have to trade Chell for yourself. And Chin Chow says, yeah, nah, I'm not going to take that. That's just a bit of poke.
Just a little bit of poke. So now both gold laners sitting with a kill in the pocket. Team Falcons Vega, man. Last time it was the EXP lane in the top side, and they try to make a big gank, and it backfires on them. This time, once again, they go for that top side gank, but they just can't pull through. Team Vitality always there to help out the teammate.
It almost seems like, Vitality in their name, it grants them additional HP, just like the emblem. Because they are able to survive a lot of these ganks that shouldn't really be survivable. That's a roadie, no Purify, easy CC.
It's a name buff.
It's a name buff.
Name buff, org buff, whatever you want to call it. Team Vitality sticking through now. Shell went for Sky Piercer, went for Blade of Hepatis, already has both, already got a little stack there. We haven't really gotten to see too many item builds coming from a Brody with all the new items because we haven't seen Brody that often, so I'm excited to see how Shell continues with this build.
Slowly but surely, Vitality just controlling the map with the Lo Yi. And this is the reason, by the way, we were talking about the Lo Yi pick, why Falcons Vega are always kind of forced to ban or pick it up themselves. It's because this is Cindy's comfort, man. The fact that now she has it in her hands, she can make so many creative plays happen. And it's not a juicing. You can't, pick people up, but you can teleport people. So that's, yeah, I don't know. You
It's a
pick.
bonus.
Is it better to pick people up or to teleport people?
Teleport people. In my personal opinion, I'm a big fan of the Yi Bafuni. I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, the Jushin's great, but she's having a little trouble with all these bulky boys in the way.
Good retribution again from Vivo. Minus Fury into the knockup. Now Violet all alone. Spear of Vengeance not connecting, just barely. Fumieko still surviving. Flickers out to safety. Team Vitality with a Vitality buff. They just can't seem to die.
And yesterday I was saying at Team Vitality, min-max queens, man. They always get the most out of the situation, and letting their health bars get so low, they're so good at disengaging. Here comes another diversion play, looking for the mid lane.
Oh, the stack's on. Good Purify out. Vivo with a chase down like and pounce. One more pickup to stun. Following her, but she's just too quick.
I thought she was going to go for it, man. Wait a second, Mei lane?
Wow. All that damage. Still, they're unable to get Cindy. Good motivation roar. Chinchao gets a turret down below. I mean, at least for Falcons Vega, they're still able to find some of these trades on the other side of the map.
So 2.7k gold lead over to Team Vitality. Chinshot trying to pick up some pieces, which I think is important. And we see Teams Falcons Vega do this when they start to fall out during the mid game. They'll go for the off lanes, they'll play the map a little bit, which does kind of help staunch the bleeding, right? It puts the tourniquet on the arm, helps them not from completely bleeding out here. But Team Vitality doesn't want to let up. I mean, purple buff down, and now this is going to be the pressure they're going to continue. Having Vivian, having Fumieko on these bulky frontliners, they're going to be able to do this as much as they want. Taking a look at the items. Once again, Vivol goes for this build, the Wind Talker into the Sky Piercer. Next up's going to be the War Axe, and it just works out, and it's not something we see all the time. It's a little bit late on the sustainability, but the way that Team Vitality plays so aggressively, they always have two nice frontliners. She doesn't exactly need the sustainability brought from the War Axe or anything. She's able to do the damage, get stacks in early. Luckily, she took the death, I'm pretty sure, before she got her kill. Same thing with Shell, 3 kills now on the Sky Piercer, so starting to stack up a bit. Warax finally locked in for Vivol. So this is just, it's going to start getting out of control here soon if Team Falcons Vega can't do something about it.
Shell going to be caught in the Curse of Blood, still able to flicker out. Good Purify as well as Vivian's going to be knocked up. Throwing back at him, Spear Misery to the back, gets stunned up, Purified there.
Oh, Chincha
gets caught in the torn apart memory by Chell. Fumieko in the midst of it all with the Primal Wrath flickers out. And it becomes a win again for Vitality.
Chincha tried to be her. She tried to be her.
She is her.
but she was not her today. Shell gets the outplay, try to get the 1v2, and it could have been it, but it just felt like everyone was a little bit late to the blood pack. Maylane wasn't there. Yes, they got a nice set on the 2 members, but the damage wasn't there to get that burst down on everybody. Team Falcons Vega falls short. Lord goes over the side of Team Vitality. Watch it. Beautiful ult, but nobody's there to output the damage. Xincha shows up a little bit late. Tries to get the big outplay, gets stunned up by the second skill, and that was the problem you were talking about. The second skill from Brody just completely stops anything that Xincha wants to do.
Even with the Purify, doesn't really matter, does it? You can see the frustrated look on Xincha. They're fighting for their tournament lives at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Single elimination in the semifinals. This is the final match to really, force it out to a Game 5. Vitality are leading. They want to eliminate Team Falcons Vega. If there's a time to make a miracle comeback happen, if there's a time for them to fly high, it's now. Team Falcons Vega, what do they do?
I don't know. I mean, the problem is, too, is Shell's just really hitting stride, right? You're 4-0 on a Brody. Brody's not, like, the best. I mean, a decent early game, but mid-game's really when Brody starts to shine, especially when you're 4-0 with a Sky Piercer. I mean, it's going to make those torn apart, because Sky Piercer with torn apart memories, you're going to really secure those last hits. The more I think about it, because it's not a hero we've been thinking about much, but the more I think about it, Sky Piercer's just perfect for him, man, because you're looking to get everyone's health bars low and then just reap the benefits.
And just look at the turret damage. This is one of the strengths. Oh, good piercing damage coming down from Xincha over to the minions towards Shell. But if Shell gets around to the turrets, she's going to be able to melt these turrets like it's nothing. That's the power of the Brody, and now I believe that was a Melfic roar picked up by the Brody, by Shell.
Something to point out here, though, damage dealt still all in the hands of Team Falcons Vega. Violet and Funi holding the lead, but it just goes to show that, yes, they've been doing an insane amount of damage, but there's the min-maxing from Team Vitality. They're so good at taking their health bars down to about 10% and still getting out of these fights safely. A little bit of a skirmish, though.
Fortified memory going to be used up, and the execute from downtown Shell with the fadeaway Sky Piercer.
That's 5-0-1 now. Another stack in the pocket. Shell's balling right now with the Sky Piercer. And I love the way they're slow playing some of these buffs too. They're hoping that Team Falcons Vega comes in this tower now.
Look at that siege. Look at the damage onto the turret. It's not even there.
Nope.
The Brody just demolishing these turrets. We call him the turret eater. Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom. That base is a glass house right now, and Team Vitality are throwing rocks at it. It's crumbling under the pressure of Shell. Funi just trying to clear lanes at this point. Lord's going to be up in 22 seconds, and it's looking like there's less and less possibilities. Xincha does finally lock in Wind of Nature. Maybe that can be the answer for that big Hail Mary play that they're looking for, but Shell, that's like 2 items in 2 minutes, it felt like almost. I mean, time's moving a little bit faster for me, but still, Shell, man, this is going to be rough. Immortality does come in for Thal as well. Those fourth items at this point are starting to lock in for members. That might have just been a third item for Thal, possibly. But this is going to give him a little more sustainability. Earlier, I did see Maylane as well, I think, lock in a Malefic Roar for a little bit more penetration. At that point, I mean, they might have even been able to do it, man. They could have just showed up on top of all of them. But Lord now getting bursted down quick.
Tal needs to find a big play. Needs to find a Curse of Blood. Funi?
Missed.
With a beacon there, Fumi Echo. With the Earth Shatter on the onward. What the heck was that damage? Tal gonna be executed even after flickering out. Violet is next to the chopping block. Tal's just too much of a beast in game number 4.
They're just feeding them at this point. They got the spoon out doing the airplane. Here's Thal, here's Violet. Team Vitality, it's exactly what they want. They want you to get this engaged one at a time, and Team Falcon Vega don't have the damage to even get close to Shell. Shell just sits in between all the girls and is able to get free shots off. Completely max items out at this point. 11.3K. Xincha just trying to get that last item in, maybe to be able to do something.
Again, the Turret Eater just nom-nomming through these base turrets. That's another one down. And it's before the Enhanced Lord Funi knocked up by the Earth Shatter. Vitality is at a moment for Falcons Vega. Elimination point from Yeko. Earth Shatter in all low with Primal Rat now. That's again the execution coming down. It's a good Curse of Blood into the back line, doing a lot of damage. Venus Fury going to be used up by Vivian, and this engages Vivol. Does enough damage. Shell again, trying to find memory. Finding 2 members in the back. Shell Looking for more damage. Chinchao going to be caught again in the double vacuum. Chill just munching on the base. 1, 2, 3. And Vitality take it again.
The Queens continue their reign of supremacy. Team Vitality, they don't care what you think. They don't care if it looked like they had a rough group stage or it looked like they had a rough start. They are here now, and look at them. They're crying to the Falcons fans. They're yelling at the Nest right now. Are you sad now, guys? Because Team Vitality still stays on top. Falcons Vega, though, a great run overall, Mirko.
The V in Vitality, it stands for victorious, and with those taunts, also it sounds like they're entering their villain arc. 31-1 was the previous record for Team Vitality against Falcons Vega. 31-1 in matches. And now they will extend that record 32-1.
That's quite the record right there. At least they got one. Not many teams get to do it against Vitality. Let's be honest here. Who is next on the chopping block for Vitality? Who's going to be able to take them down at this point? They look invincible in MWI. Once again, big shout out to Vega. Their run here is done. And it was a good one at that. They went through a lot of strong teams. They almost, I mean, it was in their grasp. They took a game, they almost brought it to game 5, but in the end, Vitality just continues to show that whether it comes to hero pool, whether it comes to gameplay, whether it comes to their coaching, they are just a well-rounded completely.
They always look vulnerable. They always look shaken, Vitality. But then when you expect them to lose, they're like, nah,
Not today,
I'd
fam.
smash. They won't just win. They dominate.
Most definitely. So they will continue on to the grand finals to play the winner of the next series. That's going to be it for this series. Let's send it over to the stage for a wonderful interview.
And we are live again, ladies and gentlemen. What a match that was. Congratulations for another win. And now the question would be, how confident are you, even though for that grand finals?
How confident?
Yeah.
We shouldn't be too overconfident, but yeah, we should always try our best, even though we are overloaded by Team Falcons fans, especially when we lost 1 point. They were so against us and all. But yeah, in the end we proved to be better, and we came out victorious.
Yes, you did, Queen. Yes, you did.
That was absolutely amazing. So speaking of which, you mentioned that you cannot be too confident. It is now, it was 24 consecutive tournament wins, not even series. I don't even get that much of a win streak in my ranked game. So that's amazing. Now, when it comes to Game 2, I want to talk a little bit about it because the draft was phenomenal. We've seen the Lunox, we've seen the Zask, as well as the Bane. But did you expect Falcons to pick that Hanzo?
We actually expected them to play Assassins. But we expected them to use Fanny, so we banned. But the main thing is they will pick Assassins. We expected it actually, but with Hanzo, then it will be easier for us to get the turtle if they pick Hanzo. So Fanny is much more a problem. So yeah, we got the turtle and all.
Got the turtle.
I see. So, of course, that was still a wonderful play right here from Vitality. Now, with that being said, it is the moment for Falcons, Chinchao, to please pass on over your tournament life. And that is the key right here to Vival. It was a game well played. You know, we could do a friendly handshake or a fist bump.
Beautiful stuff
Oh,
happening
fish bump.
here.
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much, Chinchao. Thank you.
Amazing performance.
Amazing games, well played. Yes, thank you. So yes, now you have the key of Team Falcons, the rivals of the longest time. Its key is now in your hand. How do you feel, Vival?
We actually, everyone actually waited for us to go against Falcons in the finals.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the moments where we fought each other came very, very soon, and it's very exciting. And we still, can't be overconfident. We still play at our best. It was a very fun and tight match just now, And in the end, we did it.
You did it indeed. Now, let me ask you a question if you don't mind, right? Second match coming place right now. You got VSG going against the Smart Omega Empresses. So, what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to make it?
From our, we watched them both play, and they both are good. And actually, it's okay for us to battle against anyone. We wanted to go against anyone, but I think it's much more interesting for us to go against VSG since we have gone against Smart Omega before.
Okay.
And I think it will be much more interesting if our opponent is a much more newer one. Yeah.
A new narrative, a new story taking place here from the land of Dawn with the
that's
Queens.
Right. So they want something like a wild card. They want to face off the underdogs. So yes, VSG is the team that our defending queens, Team Vitality, is looking forward to face. So with that being said, once again, huge congratulations to our queens who continue to defend their throne. Now, next match coming up would be VSG going up against Smart Omega Empress. Stick around and we'll hand our time back to the studio.
Yalla.
Vival wants a new story, but it is a tale as old as time. Liberté, Égalité, Vitalité will be defending their crown in the grand finals of MWI 2024. Leo, break it down.
Waka chicka, waka chicka. Game 3 was a turning point. I think something broke within Team Falcons Vega. Despite the whole Amazon Arena cheering for them, they seem to have gotten a mix of their drafts from Game 1 and 2, and then a little bit of what happened in Game 3. And I don't know, something about this game right here, especially since the Brody came through. In this moment, I hope I get a chance to break this down a little later. Something about that Brody changed the way Team Falcons Vega played. It's like it was such a bane of their existence that, I don't know, there's no hero in MLBB right now out of the gold lane that plays like Brody. So there's a reason why he's coming back.
Yeah, and looking at the lineup of Team Vitality, it was a perfect final pick, if I'm not mistaken. It was the switch up, whether it would be the Roger goal or anything else. And they set up Shell for success. We talked about it before it began. It could end before 15 minutes. It ended around that time because that is what we usually see with Brodies in the mix, especially with Brodies that have a strong front line built for it.
And mind you, this does put Vitality, the defending champions, straight into the grand finals. They're waiting on Omega Empress and VSG's matchup, but then again, you did hear how Vival would rather play against VSG. Oh!
Whoa! Hello there. Do we have a name for the turtle?
It's just turtle, man.
We can pet it?
I'm petting it.
Cool. Hey.
Can I ride?
All right.
No, it's too
no,
high.
I can't. Yeah,
Never
it's a
mind.
bit too high.
Sorry.
All right. So we're here right now, just petting the turtle. Objectives: when you are honestly playing a lineup that have the right tools, especially early on, to fight the objectives well, then you'll be able to get our good friend the turtle very easily.
Yep.
Here's our PlayStation MVP. That 15 minutes plus somewhere around that time victory of Team Vitality. None other than Shell. It had to be her. She was her in this game number 4.
And her was not around for the first turtle. She didn't have to. She was too busy taking all up the farm, and she's immortalized in gold now. All right, so this is the second turtle. Her first big fight. In the first turtle, she was off camera trying to lead in the laning phase up against a Chincha. And eventually, it was more than just the absence of the Brody and the early farm that led to their victory, but also just her killer instinct. Whether it be in the back line, wherein Chincha finds that Spear Destruction, or into the front line, wherein Chell almost died. Multiple times Chell almost died, but that clutch Wind of Nature pickup in the mid game changed the way the game worked. And 8-0 into, I can only imagine how many Sky Piercer stacks she had. I'll give her this. She earned to do that. Like this,
Yeah.
that's all her.
The casters, you mentioned rather that at some point it felt like something broke in Falcons Vega, and now I have a theory. It's like the understanding. Am I almost as tall as Brody? Nice. It's the understanding that, well, kills are racking up on this Brody. We need to shut down those Sky Piercer stacks as soon as we can.
Yeah.
That's when we started seeing the desperate maneuvers, especially that one play. Jin Chao decided to commit, teleporting with her ultimate just to try and take that Brody down. That didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it was a play that really could have led to the comeback, and it was set up so well. When we do break it down, I will show you exactly what the map looks like and how Chell just got out of... Chell got out of there. Vivian set up the front line, and then Fumi Echo came in. I think this is one of the keys as to why they're still number one, why they are currently the unbowed, unbeaten queens of MLBB, is because not only are they good in their macro, in their micro, in their comms, but also even when they're just on the map, they know what their job is. If anything, it's not just a job, not just a duty, it's their calling. What they do on the Land of Dawn.
Now, with this pickup of the Brody and how Team Vitality played it, it might actually have a little adjustment on the meta now. So late into MWI, those lineups that revolve around the gold laners still have a spot in this current meta that was so focused on the junglers for quite some time. Leo, what play do you have for us here that you want to break down to really add more to the story of this game number 4?
All right, let me break it down for y'all.
We're breaking it down in so many ways, man. I gotta catch up.
We're gonna put it up on the screen because that is going to matter. Check it out. First up, let me set up what the mini map looks like for y'all.
Okay.
Here in this bush right here, mainly, Falcons Vega have control, right? Falcons Vega have control of this. There are 3 members there. And then off camera, you also have Mei Lane there and Chincho down there. This is a play you were talking about. Eventually, she is going to throw a Spear of Destruction right around Ye, like this direction. Again, she's so good at the skill shot, I drew 3 lines. She needed to draw 1. We're going to play it. Obviously, there is a priority and initiative from Falcons Vega because they were the ones to engage first, right? You see that?
Yes.
Now, they jump in, all in, right? And you even have the ult coming in from Funi here. She goes for the Lantern, the Crimson Beacon, looking for a good choke slam.
Yeah, and to add real quick, Shell flickered so fast there.
Yeah, so again, she knows how to protect herself, and something tells me this was a play that they were also setting up themselves because, look at that. There is a Fumi Echo and Vival just very close by in the back. Now we're going to continue playing here, and pow! There is the Spear of Destruction, which Chincho clicks in. Now look at the back line. That's Chinny and Chell. Those are softies. That is a Louis and a Brody. As a Brody that is, a Moskov that is currently level 11 with a Purify, you would like to pick the fight. You don't mind. But I see what you're trying to click, Reptar. Look at this. That is a 3v1. That should be a fight that Vivian loses. But also, check this out. Vivian still has her flicker, so she is going to be able to flicker away. Watch this, and she flicker ways back. There you go. See, she jumped. She got choke slammed back. Interesting. I did not notice that. She gets choke slammed back.
Yeah,
and then she flickers away, and all that while the fight was happening, and it happened again. Chincho got bursted down because of the damage from Loyi and the Wind of Nature proc from Chell.
and to pull the curtains back just a little bit behind the scenes, we can reel it back a little bit, Leo, if you can, please.
There you go.
I remember telling you behind the scenes, I said it felt like a miscommunication. Chincha and Falcons Vega, are we gonna commit the play? But now that I got to see it again,
Around here.
it actually was a well-timed Minoan Fury by Vivian that meant Falcons Vega could not go forward and help Chincha because they were zoned out by the Minoan Fury, which at that moment, I think that's why I didn't think about it, because I didn't realize she hasn't used it yet in any given scenario. If it was anyone else, that already would have been popped. The audience predictions lean toward Falcons Vega, 67% to 33% over Team Vitality. The Falcons' flight will end Now, the Team Vitality, they will continue their climb. The Hive still has their crown in their hands. Now they will await. Will it be VSG or of EECA or Omega Empress of the Philippines that they will defend it against? The age-old narrative of PH versus Indonesia, or a new narrative of EECA versus Vitality? That's it for now. We still have 2 more best of 5s. The second semi-final match and our grand finals later today. It's me, Reptar, here with Leo. We'll see you in a bit.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Mia. First Mia. Mia.
That
Xavier's ulti.
no, that's Mia. Mia's
Oh, Mia.
first skill.
Second skill. It's an item. The blood wings. Blood wings.
Это крылья королевы. Lines. Крылья королевы. Крылья королевы.
That wings.
Yes, blood wings. Atlas second skill or first skill? First. Lalo second skill.
Atlas. It's второй скилл Атласа. Второй скилл Атласа, да.
What is this? Yeah.
Atlas ultimate.
Even I don't know. I'm a wrong one. I don't know. I go with
Yeah, but we forgot the name.
Paquito. First Paquito. I think first Paquito.
Maybe.
First.
Ой, это
Paquito.
Пакито. Второй скилл усиленного.
Paquito. Paquito third skill.
And the item that gives HB, I don't remember its name, but it's half immortality.
Ой, это пояс, да. Защитный пояс. Защитный пояс.
As well.
Oh.
It's the new emblem.
But I can't remember his name. Temporal region. Yeah.
Это перк. Какой-то. Какой-то перк. Кубик.
Quantum charge. No.
No, this is the new talent. But I don't know what's the name of it. Florian.
What about
Florian Bessep.
Yeah, это
Флорин? Пассивка Флорин. Yes. Пассивка Флорин.
Oh my goodness.
Florin.
Florin. Burst is Fury.
Brisker Fury.
Yeah, Burst.
Крит. Берсерк. Я берсерк.
Bazooka Fury.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI as we are entering our second semifinals of the day. And this is one of the most highlighted matches of the day. You know, despite going over the ID thing, which is something that we're very accustomed to in the grand finals, but now we're going to see two emerging regions, two regions that have not made it to the grand finals ever in MWI history, finally battling it out against one another. But today, I am not alone. I am here on the desk with...
Did you forget my name?
No, I
it's
want you to
LaFell!
introduce yourself. There you go.
What's up, guys? Hey, and honestly, it's nice being back here along with favorite host, Eternal. Love working with you. I would like to apologize before anything happens, but you know, for you guys at home, it's gonna be fun. We gotta be professional. Take this seriously.
Okay.
We're professionals.
I am taking this seriously. We are professionals. So let's take a look at the next match, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, still in a best of 5 are Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. We have VSG from the EECA emerging region going head to head against the powerhouse of the Philippines, Smart Omega Empress.
I wonder who's hungrier because again, EECA going to the grand finals, that's going to be something. But Smart Omega, the best they got last season of MWI was 3rd place. So, I don't know, this is one of those, because Smart Omega Empress, they were so close before. So, I don't know, between both of them, I don't know which one is hungrier. But I have to say, I didn't saw any of them in breakfast.
Nope. They were serious. They were hard serious, right? I mean, coming here as one of the tournament favorites. I think a lot of people were shaking, especially for the Filipino fans yesterday when they went up against GGHG. But man, they proved that they're versatile, that they're persistent, and they have the mental headspace to go back in and go in for a whoop.
They got a Savage too. They got a Savage. Don't forget about it. Shinoa is performing incredibly well. It's going to be very difficult for VSG to actually draft against her because she's got a lot of heroes in her pockets.
Yeah, what does she have so far, right? Shinoa, Harith, Carrie, Changa, Roger Moskov, Natan, Melissa, and Ixia. Not all of them have been played in this tournament per se, especially I just mentioned the Changa, but that is still something that we can consider because earlier on we saw Lunox in the gold lane. So who's know what will show up in that gold lane?
Yeah, I kind of feel like in this kind of meta, honestly, we've seen Bane in the gold lane as well. Ruby has been a traditional fighter in the gold lane. We haven't seen so much here. But definitely Smart Mega Empress, something that they have to consider going up against VSG is Kyowe. She can use those incredible assassins, the Benedetta as well as the Julian, that should probably give a rough time for Shinoa in the gold lane. So the Ixia might be a good counter going up against the Harith, but maybe the Julian as well as the Benedetta can fight back.
So on that note, right, let's actually ask the players themselves, right? Let's take it to this short interview before we head back.
Two Bastromers taking down Jewel in the midst of it all, trying to tank it up, doesn't have the vengeance. That's Gailey again to knock them up. We can hear the drums once again as VSG secure game 1.
I think my team feels so excited to be on the semifinals. Actually, semifinals not important for us. Grand final is our goal.
I'm feeling very, very happy because we got into the top 4. Against VSG, I think it will be hard, but we can give them a very, very great game. To get into the finals, it means a lot and it's very important for the team. This is the first time if it's Indo-PH, and if we beat them, they will be really happy and proud.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the excitement coming in from both of these teams coming into the semifinals. They are one step away from going into the grand finals, representing their region for the very first time. And then it's just another step to win it all.
Let me just say, let me prep you guys up because this series is going to be a little bit longer. Because Smart Mega Empress, they have the tendency to lose game number 1. And then game number 2 and 3, they're going to look, amazing. So there's not going to be a sweep here. If there's going to be a sweep, I would be... Hold on, let me think of a smart word. Flabbergasted.
I like that. That was very smart.
Smart Omega King here.
I like it.
Thank you very much. You have anything to add on to the conversation?
I think I'm just gonna swap topic.
Sure, you know what?
All right.
You can do that.
Okay, so in a moment we are going to take a look at both of these teams arriving into the venue here at Amazon Arena. And earlier on, we saw a big crowd just corralling in for Falcons. Unfortunately, they will not be able to move forward. And I think we should be getting that Key Crush segment very soon. But as you can see here, the Jamil Motorsport here sponsoring that walk-in from VSG. Man, Emerging Region from EECA. And a lot of people are saying that Kiowe is one of their key players.
I mean, Kiowe, again, has been absolutely amazing the entire tournament. But if we're going to talk about story here, Eternal, right? For VSG, they have 2 Filipino imports. They were a part of Onyx Zol. And the thing is, Smart Mega Empress, for them to qualify here for MWI, they defeated Onyx Zol. So for VSG, at least for 2 members, they have a very different reason for winning this one. Prize pool is amazing. Going to the grand finals is awesome, but they want revenge.
And there was also something that I will mention. I think earlier on I had an interview with one of the players from Smart Omega Empress, and she mentioned that she is coming in with the mindset that they earlier on had to go ahead and defeat Taro.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of their way of, you know, Taro, I know that you couldn't make it all the way, but we're still going to try and represent you as like being Filipinos as well, and we're still going to try our best to make it into the grand finals for all those Filipino imports out there that didn't make it, because Tara was a part of Xenolilies that were unfortunately sent home yesterday. But it looks like we have a Key Crush segment coming soon.
Oh, are we?
Uh-huh.
Do you think I can crush it without the hydraulic press?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm strong, so maybe.
Oh, man. All right, so this is the Key Crush that was done earlier on when Falcons Vega were eliminated by their sister team from Indonesia by Team Vitality. How do you feel about this, Lafel?
Can I just say Fumieko is a little bit too happy about the key crushing? He's like, yeah, do it. Like, look at her, like the entire team. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're happy going to the grand finals, but they're like a little bit too happy crushing this key. Maybe it's going to be part of their totem.
I mean, they mentioned, right? They mentioned that it was like a bittersweet kind of feeling.
It looked just sweet.
Okay.
It looked honey sweet.
So politically, they were sad about it?
Exactly. Politically sad, but it's kind of like, oh no, you guys are knocked out. What will ever we do? Oh no. Anyways, yeah, that's the kind of attitude I'm getting here.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I would do the same thing.
Could be. But what about the feeling that the audience is having right now, right? I want to know more about what you guys think, especially in this next match. Do you think it's going to be Victory Song Gamers or VSG winning this out, or Smart Omega Empress? Head over to stcplay.gg to lock in your predictions right now. Did you get a chance to see the predictions in the earlier match?
I was actually banned from watching any kind of predictions. I was handcuffed.
Okay. Well, while you're unhandcuffed now, we are a moment away, ladies and gentlemen, to head over to the stage for the next semifinals of the day.
The team that will have the opportunity to challenge the defending queens, Team Vitality's throne, will be unveiled right here at the end of this series.
Oh yes indeed. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وصلنا معاكم الآن للمباراة الثانية بالنصف النهائي. Which team is gonna make it? Which region is gonna emerge? Is it the EECA or the Philippines?
So speaking of emerging regions, presenting to you the representatives of EECA. Let's give it up for the Victory Song Gamers! Led by the Ice Queen herself, Kiowe. They are proving that they are more than just newcomers, but mighty contenders indeed. With ice in their veins, we can see VSG going to cause absolute carnage over at the Land of Dawn.
And of course, going against their opponent, the established powerhouse of the Philippines. Here they come, introducing Smart Omega and Brass! They are here, the Queens, establishing their ground, making it all the way to the second match here at the semifinals. And you can hear the crowd right now. Make some noise, everybody! There you have it. They're ready.
They are ready indeed. And speaking of which, the Amazon Arena is set as well and ready for the players to head on over to the Land of Dawn. One thing is for certain, all hell is going to break loose over at the Land of Dawn. So we're going to jump right in to match 2 for the day, concluding the semifinals. So we're going to hand our time back on over to the studio. It's your time to shine.
Fire it up.
And fire it up they shall, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to enter their battle stations for that final ticket to the grand finals.
Oh, this is going to be intense because, again, I feel like at least 4 games will be played here. And it's really about the coaches as well, how they learn, how they adapt against each other. Because, again, we've seen a lot coming in from VSG. But more importantly, for Smart Omega Empress, I kind of feel like they still have much more hidden. So, honestly, for VSG, this is the furthest we've ever seen coming in from the female team of EECA. So I hope they're prepared to go up against Smart Omega Empress.
I agree with that sentiment.
In PH, they've been dominating.
Exactly. Right? The #1 team from the Philippines. But technically, VSG have been dominating in their own region, in their own right as well. But circling back to your earlier topic, right? The coaches. That's one of the most interesting things that we can get into today. Because so far, VSG, in terms of Hero Ball, we haven't seen too much. And it scares me and it's unsettling if they haven't really shown all their cards just yet. Because it was very similar to Omega Empress, right? Finally, we saw the Ixia coming through. We saw the Melissa coming through. These are heroes that aren't necessarily meta.
Yeah, and we can see here Mr. Fredrin as well just now.
Mr. Fredrin.
Mr. Fredrin.
Why?
He's the real life Fredrin. I mean,
is his name actually Fredrin? It's not.
Look at him.
It's Dixon.
Does he not look like Fredrin?
Coach Dixon.
His middle name is Fredrin, okay?
Fredrin has dark hair.
Dark, smart, live. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Who really,
yeah.
Who really cares,
You're
right?
referring to his general vibe.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. During the semifinals as well, the grand finals is where we see a lot of draft traps, right? Where an amazing hero is opened up as a first pick. So you'll be like, oh, it's a good opportunity to pick this up. But the opposing side, they knew you're going to pick it up and then they're going to counter you. For example, the final game of MSC where the lane was open, but Red Giants was like, okay, that's a trap. We pick up the Roger, and then that's how they win the draft. So for this one, both teams, especially for first pick, you kind of have to be careful because you might get trapped in your first pick.
All right, so this is where the mind games really begin as we enter the drafting phase of game number 1. So what do you think can be utilized as a trap here? Do you think Roger is a trap now? I don't see today anyway, right? Roger being as high priority as it usually is. Usually we've seen Zask being prioritized, we've seen Terizla being prioritized, but so far first pick Roger is very rare.
Yeah, it's a little bit rarer now just because people want that mid priority, and perhaps a lot of the teams are still undecided which lane they really want to put Roger. Are they really want it? Do they really want it in the jungle or the goal lane? I kind of feel like that's where the hesitation is coming from. However, since the Jushin has been banned out, you don't really have to first pick the Zas. Honestly, one of the better first pick right now. The Ling is open, but the other one is honestly the Valentina, especially when the second pick usually likes picking up that Minotaur. Minotaur is the pick, and the way you want to fight that is the Valentina. We have to see if VSG wants to go for that.
So we're expecting either a Minotaur or a Valentina pick, but
Terizla.
Again, right, Terizla still one of the top priorities in that EXP.
Ling Valen?
We've seen it being countered a couple times though. Do you think that's still something that they can go for in the first phase?
I think, again, they just want to avoid the trap. They want to make sure that they don't put themselves in a very bad situation, but I kind of feel like, yeah, Valentina as well as Ling here, or oh wait, the chip is open. Do they want to pick up the Valentina chip?
We'll see. For Falcons Vega, it was a big priority.
Personally, for me, I would still pick up the Ling because Ling with Terizla is very difficult to deal with because there's a lot of crowd control as well as a lot of damage. They're going for the Ruby here, probably expecting for VSG to pick up a Harif in this pick.
Harif.
I would say Julian Harif here.
Oh, Julian.
Oh wait, not Harif. Julian Claude.
Well, technically Kyoe, right?
Yeah.
She loves her assassins.
Minotaur.
She loves her aggressive assassins in the jungle. So that's definitely a priority for VSG here in order for Kyoe to have that same impact. But they're going to leave her hero out for the second phase. Claude and Minotaur has been their choice.
Yeah, I was suggesting Julian Claude because the Claude generally does work well against the heroes that so far has been shown by Smart Mega Empress. Now Smart Mega Empress picking up that Moskov. For both teams, they don't have a jungler at this point. So for VSG, something that we do have to remember, usually when it's fourth pick, that's where they pick up the Benedetta. So with the first 3 picks, it kind of shows that that's where Kyoe wants to go.
Benedetta and Julian, right? Those are the only 2 options that we've seen her pick up. What happens? Is it worth it to go ban on both heroes right now?
I feel like it is if you know that she can't use a Ling or a Hayabusa, because you can ban both of those and then pick one assassin for yourself. And if all the assassins are done and dusted, you could pick up something like the Bane or the Alpha, because Smart Mega Empress, they have the priority after this, but looks like they're banning out the mid laners, banning out the Vexana, which, I don't know, I kind of feel like Valen has an okay time against the Vexana.
So what do you think would be an option for VSG to pick up in that mid lane, right? We've seen a Kagura being picked up. We saw Lilia in this current composition. What do you think what do you think their idea is right now?
Personally, I love going up against Valen with the Farsa, but it's kind of a user thing. Looking at the lineup here, Farsa would be okay. Going up against the Moskov as well, you can gank the Moskov early game at level 3 when the Moskov is level 3 and then get priority there, giving a lot of space for the Claude, but again, it's about the user. If Synchro is comfortable with the Farsa, that's my personal recommendation.
What's her hero so far? Lunox?
Oh yeah,
Vexana,
Lunox.
Valen, and Zushin.
I guess the Lunox would be okay here. The Hayabusa ban looks like for VSG, they're trying to force out a Ling pick here, or a Julian pick.
What about Nolan? Is Nolan
I
still
always
a
forget
priority
about
pick?
Nolan. I think Nolan is fine here. I feel like Nolan is fine. Especially because they already used it against Gaming Gladiators Homegirls and defeated them quite swiftly with the Nolan. So yeah, good shout out on the Nolan.
Okay, so that's another option. But technically, Keishi, she has a lot of heroes in her hero pool, right? We've known her to pick up the assassin jungles, we've known her to pick up the fighters, and even the tanks in the jungle. So they do still have a little bit more room to wriggle around with in that regard. But next pick is coming up quite slow. Predictions for the next pick.
I feel like the Nolan, they're picking out the Julian, making sure that making sure that Kyoe doesn't get the Julian herself.
Are they forcing a Benedetta here?
Looks like that's the option. Ling is open, but again, we haven't seen it. So yeah, Benedetta does get picked up. Mid lane, again, I kind of would prefer Farsa. If you want to go for a Kagura, I guess it's kind of okay. Especially going up against the Julian, making it so that you have a way to escape.
So what does
Or they
want
could
to
go
play here?
Faramis. Like, it's not the best going up against Valentina, but it's something. Odette!
Too risky.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming.
Have we seen Odette? Wait, what did it say? Was it 0?
I mean, all the games that I've watched,
I haven't seen an Odette.
I haven't seen an Odette.
On my shift.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, 0.
0 pick, 0 ban.
DOD.
MWI is just a DOD.
I love it. DOD. So now let's circle back over to Smart Omega Empress. Technically, they kind of set up for this Benedetta, right? They picked up a Ruby earlier on. So maybe they thought that that was the less of a threat in a way?
Honestly, they could go for something like an X-Borg here and put Ruby in the roam. If they want a roamer here...
What about Tigreal?
Yeah, Tigreal's solid. The Grok is solid. It really depends where they want to put this Ruby, because they need someone to disrupt the Odette here. And yeah, X-Borg is good going up against the Minotaur, the Terizla. So honestly, very solid lineup coming in from Smart Omega. They usually lose first game, but I don't know. I'm liking that draft.
Maybe they need time to warm up, right?
Maybe because I like their draft, that's how they lose.
Okay, take that back then. Don't like
Nah,
their
fam. Nah, fam.
Nah, fam?
Nah, fam.
Nah,
Yeah,
fam?
yes, you got it. Wait, no, Omega got it. Wait,
what?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm shutting up now.
You're leveling it up. It's okay. That's
Okay.
good. That's good. That's good. No bias. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the composition for the first game in this best of 5 series, our second and final semifinals of the day. We're going to throw it over to the casters. It's your time to shine.
And we're going to be catching it over here. Trex, Naisu on the desk. Naisu, welcome.
Thank you.
You're here, VSG versus the Philippines, Omega Empresses. Yesterday, we saw them riding in the jeepney.
Well, savage.
Today, they're going up against EECA. How do we feel about it?
We're feeling good, man. Especially, I'm feeling good about the fact that this is nearly a week of debuts, right? This is the WAD at this point. It's not DOD anymore because, you're right. You haven't seen this Odette pick up, and it's funny because we've had a lot of comparisons between the Jushin and the Odette, and now this time because it was banned out, they're like, VSG's like, let's just take the Odette and make this work for us. But what I do see from this lineup is a whole lot of damage, evenly spread out from magic plus the physical. So that could pay dividends, especially with this Minotaur pick.
Yeah, one of the scary things, though, with the Odette is Synchro likes to move. Synchro...
Look at that damage. Gailey, she's going to have to get out. I think Murray's still going to hunt her down. Akishi there, too. They might be able to get this, and she does. First blood already. The 1 minute mark for Smart Omega Empress.
That's a big start, especially with how we've seen Smart Omega Empress sometimes want to kick it in gear real early. And the funny thing is a lot of times Smart Omega Empress has a slow start, but this time they're attacking quick.
Ooh, and hands chains again. And Minun, I'm not sure if the body of Smith is going to be enough. She tries to do something, but she will go down. Another kill picked up for Smart Omega.
Body of Smith gets diffed. Smart Omega Empress starting things off very cleanly. We're a minute and a half in. We're already creeping into a 700k gold lead, and Turtle hasn't even popped up yet. Now, what I was saying with Synchro likes to move. Synchro wants to be able to do some things. The big problem is here is if Synchro's position is off at any point with that Swan Song, you got a lot of people who can close the distance. You got the I'm Offended. You got the Enhanced Chains. You got a Big Glass and Sandy. There are a lot of people who want to target down onto Synchro. So a lot of it's going to be when she pops the Swan Song and where she pops the Swan Song. Other than that, if they can make that work, it can definitely be something that works out in this composition.
Makes me kind of think, too, will Omore actually take the Swan Song in some of the situations? Because typically you're going to see her take the Minoan Fury, she's going to take the penalty zone, but what if she even takes that Swan Song, and as that, they're going to go ahead and take this first objective. Turtle secured, and another kill, Killway! She's just gone. I mean, talk about the speed that Smart Omega Empress is playing at right now. They're going to get spotted out a little bit here in the mid lane, but man, this is probably the fastest that we've seen Smart Omega Empress start in a game. especially game one.
They were revving up the engine before they even came out on the court, man. They had it in neutral. They were ready to go at any moment. They had it in first gear, and now they're kicking in quick. They're averaging at more than a kill a minute at this point. If they can get another one, they're really keeping it secured. VSG, they got to find a way to slow them down. Taking a look at some of these items right now. I want to focus on the junglers because Kyoei is falling behind right now.
Yeah.
She's got
Oh, look at the damage once again. Kaylee will be able to get away, but burns the flicker. And I think that's a good point, Trex, is the gaps here in terms of gold are already starting to build up. You can see Keshi built up the Genius Wand. Now their eyes set elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this, Kyoei had the first item of a breastplate.
Yeah.
The first item of a boot. And a mallet.
Not much.
Keshi just got the Genius Wand in. If that can just say anything, but down on the top side, Rian just trying to defend at this point. Just wants to clear ways, but gold plating going over to Shanoa here. We saw Shanoa play amazingly yesterday.
That Ixia.
Insanity. So now at this point, Victory Song Gamers, the song's not sounding too happy right now.
Again, we can't, part of it too, I know this is quite a lead that Smart Omega Empress has got themselves at this point, nearly 3,000 up ahead already. And, to build up at that point for VSG, they've done it before, they've come back, they've held things together. I'm just not sure if they've dealt with this kind of pressure this early on, because typically, especially with the Benedetta pick, you see them being able to start the momentum in their favor. Now they're going to go ahead and try to contest this turtle, but just look how fast the turtle is even taken out. Minun, though, going to take the last Insanity. Right there she goes and flickers out. Kyoei is now part of the fight, but will she be able to pick up the kill on Ayanami? But Keshi is there to help her out, so no one goes down in the exchange.
One of the small downfalls of the Benedetta in the jungle is you don't get that Petrify, right?
Yeah.
If she could have made that engage there with the Petrify, she probably could have picked up the kill. But you just got, your mechanics need to be that much more on point. You cannot waste a single skill when you're running in the jungle like this, let alone with her falling behind a bit. VSG kind of forced into, I feel like already we're only 5 minutes in, but they're kind of already forced into a late game scenario at this point if they want to keep this up. Nadayami does get the Brute Force breastplate in. Looks like going to go into War Axe next, most likely. Going to probably wait for Immortality, third, maybe even fourth item, just because they already have such a strong lead. Who needs Immortality when you don't even need to worry about them doing damage right now? Synchro finally gets the Genius One in, and Kaylee walks into it again.
Kaylee again. I don't think she's going to... Oh, she flickers out.
Oh,
can't get away. Shinoa right on point with the Spear of Destruction. She's had enough of Gailey escaping it. And there you go. So they pick up another kill. Amore holds on to her own Minoyan's Fury. And man, this has to be frustrating for Gailey.
Yeah. Shanoa said, not today.
Not today.
Not today, Gailey. You got it a few times before, but this time we're taking out Nadayami, though.
Yeah, another last Insanity going to be burned, but I think that's just going to back off from that point. But it's getting, like you said, at this point, you're talking about quite a big gold gap already. It's ballooned to 5,000. At the 6-minute mark, this is not where you want to be with this kind of lineup as well for VSG. You did mention the Genius Wand was just picked up by Synchro, so now it's kind of like eyes are on Synchro. Can she actually find that initiation? Can she actually find the follow-up? Hopefully if Gailey can't, but Minun, where are the tanks when they're getting deleted like this?
There is Minun. There's none.
There's none. Minun?
I
There's
tried.
none.
There's none. Minun. Yeah.
This turtle's Minun.
This turtle's Minun. It's done. Smart Omega Empress just, it's going to be tough. It's a tough route from here. On the good side, we have seen Victory Song Gamers pull off some insane comebacks. Just the other day, we saw them against Cloud9, pushed against the wall, and find that one moment where they can get the big set and turn things around. Can they do it here? They do have some setup potential with Gailey, but Gailey at this point needs to step back. They need to let Smart Omega have some of these towers. They cannot take another death. If this gold lead, it's already at 6,000?
Yeah.
If it gets any farther, we're now creeping to 7. If it gets up to the 8 or 9, it's just GG's, I think, at that point.
You see how confident Smart Omega Empress is being too. Murray just using the I'm Offended into any of these bushes, seeing if she actually gets anything, because they know at this point, even the front liners are not going to be able to withstand it. Listen, Insanity going to be used there to push them off the first turret. There's a penalty zone. This might be their chance, but Kaylee's going to be the one to fall again. Kiwi in the back, trying to run away. Will she actually eventually be able to just get the execute off? Maybe try to outplay something if she can, but she finds Amore right there, and she'll fall as well. In the whole exchange, VSG did get one kill on not Ayanami, but again, it's still dire here.
Let's take a look at the replay. Gailey goes for the big Hail Mary play. Gets some No One's Fury right after the big penalty zone. But the damage still just isn't there. Rianne uses the Blazing Duet, but no one really gets taken out. They get one kill on not Ayami. And like I said, I think this is a time that maybe, even if they get the perfect setup, they're not going to be able to get a full team wipe. They're not going to be able to get the big turnaround just yet. Rianne, I'm pretty sure, has just the Corrosion Scythe and Boots locked in right now. Hasn't even gotten to Golden Wand or DHS yet. Whereas when we look at, all right, got DHS and Corrosion Scythe, but still lacking Golden Wand. Almost 2,000 gold behind Shinoa. Shinoa has 3 items locked in, right? Got it around the 8-minute mark, maybe 8:20 mark. It's definitely trouble. It's 1-8. I think Victory Song Gamers, even if it looks like you have the perfect set, even if you think you can get a 5-man knock-up, you cannot go for the fight here.
You can't go for the fight because there was no, there was no chance to do it. The Lord went down nearly as fast as the front liners of VSG at this point. So, at this moment, you kind of got to wonder, how does VSG even come back when it's so far away from them at 10,000 gold before the 10-minute mark? And the Lord is making its way down the mid. Look at the damage already even if Kiwi just gets a little bit close to the lineup of Smart Omega Empress, she's going to take half her health and damage. So, it goes to it again. How can you get that setup? Can you get the amazing setup they're looking for with the penalty zone of Minoan Fury? Because that's what has to happen here.
Yeah, and then even looking at their front line, Minam has War Axe in, but not a single defensive item yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like, what were we going for here? We get a little bit of magic defense, but nothing to deal with Shinoa. Taking a look at Gailey as well. You got the breastplates, you have half of the dominant size, so at least you have a little something, but your front line can't even take the shots right now. Not to mention as well, not Ayami's doing true damage. It's just a lot to deal with. Victory Song Gamers, the option is you huddle down and wait.
Huddle down the best you can. Penalty zone going to be used under the turret into the Lecto final blow. Do they have enough firepower? Minon's going to be the one to fall, and actually almost the whole team of VSG will be wiped out. It's only Rianne, as all members of Smart Omega Empress stay alive. And this looks like it's going to be a quick game number 1. Crystal already worked on, and that will be the victory for Smart Omega Empress.
The Empresses are already in gear with their eyes set on the grand finals. VSG's got to slow them down right now. They got to figure something out because the Empresses, normally we talked about right before we started, sometimes it takes them a game to really get into their zone, but they came in prepared. I don't know what they ate this morning, but they came in ready.
Man. Maybe they were playing games before this one, so they got that one game out,
Yeah.
Maybe they just
went and lost a game in ranked game just to
Maybe that was the plan. Because this is a very just refined version of so far of what we've seen from Smart Omega Empress.
All right. That's going to be it for game number 1. Send it to the experts.
Thank you so much, guys, for that cast. And wow, was that 12, 13 minutes from Smart Omega Empress? What?
Do you know when it's over?
When?
The very first minute. The very first minute, there was already a crucial mistake coming in from VSG, where honestly, the rotation coming in from Keishi was the superior rotation, or the pathing coming in from the jungler, that made it so that the mid trio immediately lost the game. And once your mid trio does not have control, that's it. You immediately lost every single objective. And we saw how Keishi, after getting one, she went for the EXP, got that one too. And then afterwards, everything was free for Smart Omega Empress. So this game was over by minute 1.
It was a Smart Omega Empress Express play. No?
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's honestly
by the way, the joke that you made yesterday, Mirko said 2 out of 10.
He told me. And actually...
It's 10:25.
Oh my god, it's 10 minutes?
Is that the fastest? I think our fastest game so far was 10:40. Hopefully the producers are listening right now and can fact check that for us. But that was a very quick game, Lafel.
Oh yeah, here's the thing. Maybe I saw the 12 kills and I just like, oh, maybe that's the minutes. No, 10 minutes. But again, Like I said, it was over minute number 1. And this is why in international stage, especially the semifinals, every small detail counts. And one of it is the jungle pathing. Based on the jungle pathing, it really depends on what you can and cannot do in this game. And the pathing coming in from Kyoei, going up against the pathing coming from Keishi, Keishi had a better understanding of what the Julian wants to do. And unfortunately, Kyoei overestimated the amount of damage that she can do at level 2.
Yeah, even from earlier on, we already saw that there was a big level gap, right? And we can take a look at the highlights here. But yes, we got a confirmation that that was the fastest game so far here at MWI. So Xeno Lilies no longer hold that fastest game. It is now held by the Empresses themselves.
Did I help them out by saying they're going to lose first game?
Maybe.
You're welcome.
Wait, sorry. I'm getting a phone call.
Sure.
Hello? Hello? Did I ring it yet?
Yeah, you did.
Guys? I'm calling the casters right now.
Ah, got it. I thought you were hungry.
Oh yeah, that too. A little bit. But hey guys, do you have food?
Hi.
Oh, well, it's Eterna again.
You gotta answer it.
Oh, wait. Is it... Hello?
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 Hello.
Is this a video call?
It is.
Can you hear me?
I feel like my grandpa.
You know what's the funniest thing?
Is this Eterna?
I don't have a phone. I
Is
can talk
LaFell
to
there?
them.
Oh, you want to talk?
I'd rather talk to
come
LaFell.
here. Give
I'd rather
it.
talk to LaFell.
I'm just gonna...
Konnichiwa.
Why does
Hello.
nobody want to talk to me?
Hola.
Konnichiwa. Yes.
Hello,
Hola, mi amigo.
Yes.
How are you in game 1?
How are we?
How are we doing?
Can you introduce yourself? I don't know who you guys are.
We're them. We are
Who's
hims.
them?
Who's them?
We are Trex and Naisu coming live from the desk right now. We feel good about the game. Omega came in. It was fast. It was very fast. It was precise.
It was precise. It was, I guess they shared it a little bit too. I think it was unexpected because Smart Omega Empress, they take her, I'd say. Even their coach mentioned this yesterday. We read the quote from Coach Salomon yesterday. So to see this, in a 10 and a half minutes?
10 and a half.
That's
10
insane.
minutes and 25 seconds.
That's fast.
LaFell, if you've ever ridden in a jeepney in the heart of Manila and you're zooming, you're doing your thing, you're telling people to get out of the way, that's what that game looked like. And they're just telling VSG to get out of the
Can
way.
you still hear them?
They're on their way to grand finals.
This is how good the phone is. They're not even using the phone. I can hear them.
We have you on speaker.
And I'm like, oh
We
my
have you on
goodness.
speaker. The Honor 200 has one of the best speaker phones out there.
Okay. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Amazing phone, man.
Okay.
Amazing phone.
Okay. Hi guys, sorry. They're gone? See, why?
Oh,
Why is it when they pass to me? Did you hang up or did they hang up?
They hung up.
Wait, is it like this, right?
Yeah, we can still
Why-
we can still
Is
hear
that
them.
how this phone works?
Yeah.
You're still there?
Actually,
I think it's enough. You guys can go now. Bye.
Actually, in general, that's how phone works. If you don't press the end call button, it'll keep going.
I swear I thought I pressed end call. Anyway, our PlayStation MVP. Let's just go straight into it. No segue. Mirai. All right. Smart Omega Empress. What did you think about this Ruby performance?
Wow. That's how I thought about it. Apologies for the other studios. That was louder than I thought. But yeah, that was amazing, right? Like the Ruby has so much control. Level 1, level 2, you're amazing.
She's
amazing. Look at her. I don't know what color this is, but it looks good.
It's gold.
It's gold?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Again, looking at the plays here, after that play, honestly, is GG because it's so important for the 2-3 people in mid to survive. So level 1, when you're already down, it's just a big snowball effect. Like, maybe they're used to the snow, but doesn't look like it here.
But do you think that was a factor in as to the pick with Odette, right? That was the first time we've ever seen Odette.
Funnily enough,
And
no.
it looked like that the Odette didn't really have a great time. She was clearing a lot slower.
Funnily enough, no. Honestly, it was the Benedetta. Funnily enough. But not the hero. It's just the decision. Ruby here as well. Again, one of the most versatile heroes. Honestly, she reminds me of something like a Cho, where it doesn't matter how you adjust her, she will always be usable, either in damage or utility.
Yeah, we saw that really coming through. We're also gonna take a look at the players earlier on, and there was just so much celebration, right? Because technically we are one game away of coming to match point.
Sorry, what? I was talking to myself.
I was about to ask. I was like, who are you talking to?
Dude, listen, man. I feel like the phone is so good. It could be there, and I can still have a conversation with my mom. Hi, mom.
Hi,
Hola.
Tante. Tante's like, hi, aunt. Hi, Tante.
No, I was just talking to my mom, honestly, because I'm excited. It's the first time I'm gonna use this. I have no idea how to use it. The reason I'm holding it like this because Leo did it. So I was like,
it looks cool, right?
You look cool.
Thank you. So, you want to get us started?
No.
Or you're still, you really don't know how to use it.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, guys, how are you doing? You got it?
I have no idea how to use this. I have a few videos that I feel like I shouldn't play. Yeah, because if you look at this one, it's the previous game, which is insane.
Oh, so it's
Here's the
okay.
thing.
It's okay. You know, maybe it was so quick that even the camera couldn't have time to catch it.
Should have asked
So-
Leo how to use this, man.
It was-
Leo, Wolf, sorry guys, but new guy on the block here.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So coming into game number 2, what do you think that VSG needs to repair? Drafting, execution? I mean, you talked about QA earlier on, but was there any other glaring things that you really spotted out from that game?
No, honestly, just don't die early because I asked a few of my friends and they said dying is pretty bad. It's not a good experience to have. So maybe in the early game, especially like, I'm gonna make it educational for you guys. Know your strength. If the early game is not your strength, don't fight in the early game. If the mid game is your strength, fight mid game. Why do you want to go for unnecessary fights when you're eventually going to lose? It's like eating a Kit Kat, but instead of breaking it, you're just eating it from the front. Doesn't make sense. So you look like a psychopath, and that could hurt your relationship with your friends.
So basically, I'm LaFell's official translator now, by the way. So what LaFell is basically trying to say is VSG need to go back to their fundamentals, correct?
How did you know?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eat Kit Kat the proper way, guys. I mean, I don't know how to stress this. Like, I see a few people doing it, and it's driving me crazy. It's driving me cuckoo.
Okay, I'll remember to eat Kit Kat properly for LaFell. Shoutouts to Mirko. Eat the Kit Kat properly. But
So you know who I was talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good,
Yes,
good,
yes.
good,
I got the message. I'm your translator, remember?
Thank you very much.
All
You're
right.
doing a good job.
Thank you. I'm trying. But ladies and gentlemen, we are standing by for draft number 2, for game number 2 in this best of 5. And
Look at the trophy.
do you think they're gonna go for a swapsies? Red side, blue side?
I'm colorblind, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're making this very hard for me.
Hey, you're the host. You're supposed to make it easier for me. Guys, back me up here.
Guys, help me, please.
But yeah.
Roster swap?
No, first pick, second pick. Yeah, that there you go.
Yeah, first pick, second pick.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Like, change that, and then you're good. Because remember when I talked about the trap? They were trapped. I said that the Valentina is going to be a prio first pick, and it looks like Synchro got a Amor got a message. Amor picked it up, and that Valentina was impactful in the game. One of the reasons why they won the early game. The poking was so strong. We don't see it, but just imagine the bush. You have 2 bushes here, right? And then the Odette actually went between both rocks here, going in the middle, and the Valentina was just staying in the bush, and she just attacked for free, making her half HP before the fight for the Little Wonder started. And honestly, that's a big difference maker.
Okay. So change, maybe? No more Odette? Because technically, Odette is great when there's proper setup, right? And
Pick mid early. When you have a player like Synchro that knows what she's doing in the early game, give her a hero that is pretty strong in the early game. Don't cap her, you know?
So far she's used the Zusin, Valen, Vexana, Lunox, and now the Odette. What would you recommend her this time around since the Zusin has been banned out? As we enter, ladies and gentlemen, the drafting phase for game numero 2.
Ah, yes, Dos is the second one. But yeah, honestly, looking at the draft here, VSG is going to be first pick. I feel like first picking is fine. It's just that, like, the Terizla is very strong, but there are ways to go up against the Terizla. Valentina is pretty prio. I feel like when you have a mid laner like Amor as well as Synchro.
Yeah. So with that being said, the Angela gets banned out as well, ladies and gentlemen, in this first phase. So it's exactly the same bans that we saw from game number 1. And for the side of Smart Omega Empress, we also see the same bans coming through. The Yuzong, the Juicin. Last time around, they picked up the Roger, and it did go into their favor. They might try and replicate this.
It's crazy as well, seeing that both teams, even though the Ling is up, neither of them really want the Ling. So maybe that's something that shouldn't be prioritized. And again, the Hayabusa as well, it was banned out for sure, but no one is really in a rush to pick it up. The Minotaur is going to be very crucial for any team here. Minotaur is honestly the reason why you win and lose most of the team fights. Now the Valentina has been banned. Smart Mega Empress, this is why I say the Valentina is prio, because the matchup coming in from both teams work well with the Valentina.
But that gives over a big hero for KOA to pick up. They can definitely pick up a Roger here.
I feel like if they pick up the Roger, then you can fight back with a Minotaur as well as a Julian. That is... There's a lot of ways to fight against the Roger, and it's mostly about having a very good chase or just a very good pickoff comp. Now, they're going to pick up the Terizla again, coming in from VSG. Something that they do have to remember is that she didn't have a good time going up against the X-Borg in the laning phase, as well as transitioning into the 6-7 minute mark of the game.
So if this makes it past the second phase, we will be expecting that ban coming through, as Roger and Minotaur, the heroes that Lefel mentioned earlier on, have been prioritized by Smart Omega Empress.
Pick up the Julian
Was
now.
this a trap?
It's honestly a trap that can be set by VSG, because even I knew the Minotaur is going to get picked up, right? So pick up something that can pick off the Minotaur, something like Ruby and Edith, and then a Julian. Then you have a lot of damage coming into the early game so that you can properly punish this Minotaur. If they have no pick off at all, this Minotaur is going to be a big problem for them, because the way you deal with the Minotaur is pull him away from his team and then kill him before he has his second or third item, because usually you want to go for that Flask of the Oasis, or you want to build up small items just to have additional stats.
And if VSG want to play aggressive, that should help aid them in that regard.
Exactly. Yeah, so honestly, Julian and then Ruby, or... Oh, but they're going for Julian Faramis. Interesting. Looks like they are prepping that they're not going to win so much in the early game, so they're prepping for the Lord fights.
So they're going for team fights instead.
Yeah.
Right? They saw the opportunity that the Valentina was banned by Smart Omega Empress, and they pick up that Faramis just to even out that playing field. But before it even goes to that second phase, they straight up pick up that X-Board.
Like I said, you got to remember, you pick up the Terizla, you got to expect the X-Board coming. And honestly, again, it's not a... The Terizla is 50-50 in lane. It's honestly not punished so much by the X-Borg. In fact, most of the time, the Terizla can win because you have a lot of damage, so you can break that Firaga armor pretty fast. It's just doing the turtle as well as the Lord. So this is more on Smart Omega, seeing that Faramis, understand they want a longer team fight. And if you want a longer team fight, we can have a longer team fight. We have the healing coming in from the Minotaur, and we have sustained damage coming in from the X-Borg. And when the X-Borg has War Axe, yeah, their HP bars are gonna go down.
So do you think that maybe for VSG, they don't need to go for a setup hero? Or they should still go double down with that?
They should. They need...
What about Edith? Do you like Edith?
Edith, yeah. Edith or Ruby. They still need either of those two. They need something to stop that Minotaur.
Okay. So coming into the second phase, ladies and gentlemen, the Lilia has been banned out by VSG. Trying to take control of that mid lane, perhaps?
Yeah.
This has to be Faramis in the mid lane, right? Not Faramis Roam.
Yeah, this is Faramis mid lane for sure. They're banning out the Lilia as well as the Martis because you don't want to give priority over to Smart Omega Empress, because we saw what Smart Omega Empress can do with priority, especially in the mid lane. Because the way that they snowball the game is that once they get a Little Wanderer, they get an advantage around mid, they're going to transfer that advantage somewhere else along the map. So stop that from happening. Make it a 0-0 game up until the 4th minute of the game, and it's going to look much better for VSG.
Yeah, that Echo Express now for Omega Express, right? That early game snowball, that's what they're trying to deny here. Claude, though, picked up for that gold lane. I mean, technically, Harith has been left untouched.
And Brody.
Is that too much magic damage, though? Oh, what?
Brody.
Brody?
Honestly, Brody is...
DOD?
I mean, we saw Brody just now, right? Shelby is using it, but yeah, the Brody is a very good pickup here.
DOD.
Going up against the lineup coming in from Smart Omega is just that the X-Borg, like, if the Brody skips the Sky Piercer and just go for straight damage, going for a Heptasis as well as a Malefic Roar, you should be okay to deal with the X-Borg. But if by the 5th minute of the game you have like 2 kills, you can go for the Sky Piercer. You can dish out amazing damage against everyone coming in from Smart Omega.
But
It's all about the timing.
Lafel, what about the laning phase with the Claude?
Very good. I mean, it's not very good.
After
It's
level
okay.
4?
Huh?
Against the Claude, it's still good?
Honestly, Brody against the Claude, it's kind of like uninteractive. The Claude just wants to clear minion and then just go somewhere else. Like, probably going mid, gold, is the Brody the one that wants to deal a lot of damage to the Claude. But because they have the chip, maybe the laning phase, no one really cares. You just want to get that gank at level at minute 3 and then just try to get a big advantage. This time they have a lot of damage in the early game.
So it's not just Smart Omega Empress that has the pocket picks down, but it looks like VSG, they're pulling in out all their cards. So to answer our question earlier on, right, about VSG holding the cards, here it is. Chip finally in for VSG. We haven't seen them pick this hero quite up just yet. And now we are entering the second game. Can VSG equal this out 1-1, or will this be another victory for the Empresses? Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Eterna and Lafel. Nice tracks back on the desk for game number 2 in the semifinals. It's a best of 5 between VSG and Smart Omega Empresses. Now, we saw last game Smart Omega kicked it off quick. They did not let their foot off the gas, Naisu, at all. From mid to bottom to top, they were everywhere, doing everything all at once. VSG, what's the answer? They do bring a bit more of an aggressive comp, sustainable as well. They have some macro potential here. Is this going to be the answer?
I think it could be, especially the fact that, you know, earlier, even with a signature pick for Kiowe, that Benedetta, she wasn't able to utilize it the way that they wanted it to because of just how much momentum was built up early on from Smart Omega Empress. The Julian has been performing wonders for any teams that do draft the hero, even back when we saw it in MSC quite a bit. And I think that gives you enough early damage potential to possibly get the ball rolling, right? And that's something you want to be able to do. My biggest question is this Chip pick, who has kind of fallen off, you know, since we got to see him and the Luo Yi pick so much just in MSC. And then now I feel like teams are still kind of struggling on making the Chip work through the way they want it to. Shortcut's still an amazing, you know, ultimate that you can bring the team in. But against this lineup that Smart Omega Empress has, you have to be super careful on the timing of the shortcut, because if you come in and then you get set up with a Minoan Fury or into the Last Insanity, or heck,
the Eternal Guard.
An Eternal Guard. Like, that is not going to be good for the lineup that is VSG here.
Yeah, we've seen some of these heroes be the answers to the picks like the Luo Yis, to the picks like the Chips, because everyone pops up in one spot and boom, you just knock them up, you know, and that's the answer sometimes. So VSG definitely has to be careful about their timing. It might even be best to try to bait out a Minoan's Fury, then drop the shortcut, things like that. Luckily, they do have this Nether Realm as well as, you know, a caution measure. So instead of maybe using it aggressively or anything like that, you wait for the Minoan's Fury, or when you see the Minoan's Fury coming, that's when you pop it. It pretty much gives you that extra life to continue the fight and null out the big knockup. So as we move on, Turtle is up. VSG going to be holding a small position.
To get the control they're looking for. Murray's level 4, though. They're going to go in with the Eternal Guard already. There's the Nether Realm. That's what they were waiting for. Shortcut going to be dropped down, too, but it's Manana that goes down first, the first blood. And they're all sent into the air as Kiowe goes down as well and finds the shot on Gay Lee. So she's out of the picture, and now Keshi chasing down for another kill, looking for the momentum that they had last game. And Smart Omega Empress will find it with 4 kills and a turtle.
4 kills plus a turtle plus position on the map. The kills are going to go into the pockets. 2 to Amore, 1 to Keshi, 1 to Mirai. I mean, it's a good spread overall for Smart Omega Empresses. And it's already starting to look like a replay. Rianne now taking a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shinoa, she's going to go back with the BMI. But yeah, that's good that Rianne stayed alive there in that exchange. But I mean, look what that last minute got Smart Omega Empress. 2,000 gold lead already. This is very similar to what we saw in the previous game, Trex.
Yeah, it's already very troublesome. Luckily, Rianne was not in part of that slaughter, so still keeping gold, pacing with Shinoa here, because what we've seen a lot of time is gold laners can change the game state. So a lot of things are going to already kind of put onto Rihan's shoulders here. And having this Brody, we saw that it can work well, but you definitely can't take some early game deaths. You need to be able to get some of those items, and you're normally going to pick up the Blade of Hepatis first. Then maybe, if you want to do it like we saw previously, pick up the Sky Piercer, look for some stacks. But since they're already behind 4 kills, Sky Piercer might not be the way to go because it's going to be tough to get stacks in. Maybe you just go straight for the bot or something of that nature.
Ooh, right, whoa. Send Gailey to the moon.
Right in the kisser.
Right in the kisser at that point, man. And this is the thing, I feel like even from the previous game, Gailey had the Minotaur. And it's more or less the same thing. Even with this chip, she's gone in 2 seconds. And that's not what you want to happen for VSG, because every single time Smart Omega Empress will make that play, and it just furthers the lead they have. And off that, they're going to get this extra gold from the turret. Possibly the turret if they stay down here long enough.
Oh man, and just bullying Rihan. In goes Chip though, Gailey.
Gailey again. She's going to flicker forward. Actually, they want to fight this Killway. Goes in 2, but they can't find anything. There's the knockup though, but no Fury is going to be used for Murray. She stays alive. She jumps back in. Blazing Duet into the penalty zone. They might be able to pick up a kill here, but the Nether Realm also keeping VSG alive. No one goes down in the exchange, and after all those ultimates were expended, Turtle's now up.
And after all those things were expended as well, they're losing a tower up in the top side. Nadayami should be able to take this out. A couple more hits. I mean, even if she doesn't take it out now, it's going down quickly soon. Back at the Turtle, though.
Crash course into Murray. Murray's going to get dragged a little bit by the Stampede, but still Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. She hops over the wall. Murray will be able to survive. Keshi just walks in, takes the Turtle with the Retribution. What is happening here? Everything is falling into place for Smart Omega Empress.
That was a hold my beer moment right there. That was hold this phone, hold my phone moment. Walk in, click the retry, walk back to the jungle, do my thing. I mean, very clean by Keshi. And we've been seeing this, and one of the things about Killway is Killway normally does a great job in these neutral objectives. Does a great job in like, you know, even by herself is able to come in and get these big steals. So at this point, Victory Sound Gamers, once again, they're already in a downward spiral in game 2, and they're going to have to buy some time here, do something. Luckily, still Rihan sitting deathless. Only a level behind Shinoa, which, yes, it's bad, but it's not as bad. You know, we're doing what we can here for VSG, but let's take a look at some of these items. Killway did just get Genius Wand in, which is huge, but looking at her counterpart, Keshi, right now, we've got Windtalker going into Endless Battle next.
Yeah,
going into Endless Battle next? Instead
like
of, yeah.
Hold on. Here on the bottom side, Murray. She's quite tanky, but will she be able to survive this? The shortcut comes in too. There's the penalty zone, gonna find Shinoa. She has to flicker out. So a kill on the board now for VSG. Good decisive decision there to pick something up. And they could slowly start to put the pressure here, trying to get this tier 1 turn in the bot lane. Shinoa tries to clear it with that Blazing Duet. They'll clear the minions out, so they hold on to the turret, but they lose the one in the mid.
Yeah, man, and this is one of the things that Smart Omega Empresses does so great. They start these fights in the off lanes, or they start these fights by the turtle. Well, 2 or 1 member huddle into the next spot, and when VSG is down like this, they're really expending all of their utilities just for that fight, and it turns into a 5v4 or 5v3, and that's exactly what Smart Omega Empress wants. So Victory Song Gamers either have to make this choice where they're going to spread out a bit more and cover the map, or they actually need to get the kills in these fights when it's 5v3, you know, when it's 5v4. Last turtle of the game up right now. Do they even really try to contest this? They're at a big deficit. It could be risky.
I think if they're going to have to pull this off again, it might just be up to a steal, possibly, because they're going to keep Rihan there. She's been farmed up, like you mentioned, pretty well. That's probably a saving grace later on if they can make that work. She's going to make her way up now. They might want to join this because it is a Lord take. Ooh. And for Smart Omega Empress, they just waited for this to happen, and now they're going to go ahead and start it up, looking for their own setup. Rihan's still not a part of this. She's just going to grab the buff, grab that orange buff. So right now, it's just kind of a standoff here.
Yeah, honestly, it might be the best play just to have Rihan take orange buff. It might have even been a decent play to have Rihan just play long lane, maybe get a tower of this, because, as I said, this is a risky This is a risky Lord to try to contest. Smart Omega Empress just really hitting their mid-game power spike. Keshi's going to be doing a lot. Amore's already doing a lot. Nadayame's going to be super hard to kill. And right now, Victory Song Gamers, because they're behind, they have to play tight for this Netherrealm, and that's exactly what Mirai wants on this Minotaur. Try to get that big Minoan's Fury. So Victory Song Gamers, I think it's in their best interest to just play this slow. Don't force anything. It's in their best interest to just get your minion waves, get a little bit more gold. Smart Omega Empress, on the other hand, I think it's in their interest to maybe rush this Lord. You don't want this game to go on too long.
Yeah, I think they got enough information, and that's why you see them starting it up. Gailey's still here, so she's going to go ahead and give this information to the team, but look at Rian, she's still down there. They can come in any time with the shortcut, though, and that's what they're going to play around. I wish that Rian actually was able to push that turret a little bit earlier on, but that's just going to be a Lord freely in the hands of Smart Omega Empress.
All right. VSG does get one tower out of that push, but now they're going to be on the defensive mode. My guess is they lose at least 2 tier 2s, possibly all 3. Luckily with that bottom lane push, it might help stall this a little bit. But knowing Smart Omega Empress, they're going to freeze up these lanes and get a nice solid all the way around push. And the way they've been approaching the map in general, being kind of split up, running in 2s and 3s, they're going to get as much as they can. Back at the purple buff though, Nadayame's frag armor does get procced. Smart Omega on the attack.
Waiting for that Lord. It's going to go find that tier 2 now on the top side, but it's up to VSG. You know, do they have enough? It was still the Holy Crystal being worked on too by Keelway. And, you know, so far it's like even this, now that the Flask of the Oasis is picked up, a lot of the times just the heal alone from the Motivational Roar is enough to kind of negate the damage that they built up. That's the Holy Crystal now being locked in. So she's at least on point for that, but can they stay in this game even with a lead? The shields are going to pop here in these base turrets. They go in with Last Insanity, going to push them back a little bit further. They popped the half health already, trying to possibly get the Netherrealm out, but they go in one more time. There's the Netherrealm. That's everything Smart Omega Empress wanted. They jump in, Murray goes in with Minoan Fury. They find a couple kills off of it, again, in a decisive manner, the 11-minute mark. Smart Omega Empress still finding it out. Keshi, though, will go down. They couldn't end the game here. A little overzealous on the push. They still have waves coming in, though.
Yeah, they still got waves. They still got Shinoa.
They still have Shinoa. Synchro and Gailey here together. What can they do? Just the 2 of them. I think it's just going to be some more base turrets, though.
Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Minimum back on the map now. Smart Omega Empress knows that the push is over. But they got so much more than I thought they would. I thought maybe they pop a couple shields on the inhibitor. Maybe they get one inhibitor. And Victory Song Gamers, you know, I think once they lost the tower, once they got the Lord down, it was time to back off. They stayed a little bit too long. The knockup came in. The Netherrealm got baited out, and Nadayame did such a great job at using that Last Insanity just as a zone back to guarantee the inhibitor, right? Zone them all just enough so that their team can get a couple more shots off on the inhibitor. Once that top inhibitor goes down, it cracks open the base. Keshi gets the kill on Rian, and that's when it really kind of sealed the deal for him.
Yeah, at least Rian gets a couple kills, you know, in the exchange, because I think at this point, you really have to rely on the fact that we're almost in a situation, because it's almost 10,000 gold difference again, where it's like we just have to get what we can. And I feel like that last defense was pretty much that. You know, it could have been a game-ending push as well. But like I said, Smart Omega Empress wanted to just push it a little bit further, got punished. And so this might be a breath of hope here for VSG to go ahead and turn this game around. Again, they're in a position where can they actually find space here in this Lord take? Or is it just going to go in the hands of Smart Omega Empress and then have to defend it once again in the base? I think they have to go ahead and evaluate that, and that's why Gailey's going to make her way up here. Again, she can drop down that shortcut and allow Rian to even make her way up here for the fight. What are they going to do here? It's a quarter of the health. They're going to spot him out already. The BMI going to be used by Shinoa to back. And once again, still kind of taking their time with the Lord take. Not Ayanami keeping them at bay. None already less than half health, just alone for Not Ayanami. And they get him low enough that they're actually going to push them back completely and just take the Lord here. Great plays here, great decisions from Smart Omega Empress.
At this point, it feels like Smart Omega Empress wants them to come and contest.
Yeah,
like they're looking for the bait. They're looking for the, we don't even really want Lord right now. Come on, because they can chip them enough down, as we just saw, just by getting close to the Lord. And at any moment, Smart Omega could just turn the tables, attack, leave the Lord behind, attack them, and it could be devastating for VSG. So VSG really has to watch out how they approach this.
With that, they might still get this last turret even before the Lord makes its way. No minions there, though, just yet, so they hold on a little bit longer. Kiaden picked up also here a little extra damage to Divine Glaive, but now for Smart Omega Empress, fully locked and loaded here. They push in with the Lord. Their eyes set, just going into the base. That last turret going to be going down. Lord almost done, almost worked with VSG. Can they pull off a defense? Gailey has to flicker out, and they still wait. These waves pushing in. They can see that Sword going to be used by QA. She has to go heal up. NetherRealm already dropped down too. A penalty zone going to find multiple members, but still Smart Omega Empress going to fight back. Keshi picks up a kill. Minun falls as well. There's the last Insanity, and that will be game 2 again in the hands of Smart Omega Empress.
There's the last Insanity. And there could be just one more game here. Smart Omega Empress, man, they're just built different right now. VSG doesn't seem to be able to keep up. And they're trying, man, they're drafting decently. They're getting some clutch picks in. But Smart Omega Empress, I think at this point, there was just a dip happening, man. Smart Omega Empress showing that they want to be the contenders for that first place. VSG has to change something fast.
Yeah, they're facing match point, already here, so they got to figure something out.
That's going to be it. Let's toss it over to our experts.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Smart Omega Empress once again on that express train to get to that grand finals. This was not as quick as game number 1. It was a 14-minute game, but from that early stage of the game, you can even see that it was dominated by the Empresses themselves.
Honestly, it's really just about them understanding their draft. And yes, I understand how they've been playing this game. It looks like VSG, they're having a hard time grasping the concept of what their draft is really trying to do. Because essentially, it was honestly the very first turtle fight where Smart Omega Empress was able to pull VSG into a very bad spot for them, do what their draft is supposed to do, and then go in for a big fight. And as you saw, even the first turtle was like, that's GG, that's game. Everyone got wiped out, and then there's no way for them to fight back.
But what did you think about the draft in particular, right? What was you were talking about, like, win con of the fundamentals of their draft. What was their win con, supposedly?
Remember when I said, oh, Teresa first pick, but you gotta remember about the X-Borg. Yeah, the X-Borg really destroyed them in this game, destroyed them in the draft, and the way that their fundamentals is about opening the map, seeing what everyone is trying to do, and X-Borg denies that. And when the X-Borg denies that, everyone is afraid to play the game. And when everyone is afraid to play the game, you don't even try anything. When you don't try anything, the game's over.
So it's back to that X-Borg.
Yeah,
right?
The X-Borg really shut them down because of the first pick Terizla. Like I said, first pick can be a trap. And looks like VSG has fallen for the trap twice.
So what's the saying? Fool me once?
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me.
Shame on LaFell.
Sure.
So let's take a look at our MVP by PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. And here it is again. Merry Christmas. She was actually born on Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why her nick is...
That's a cool fun fact. You're always coming up with the fun facts.
Yeah.
100% kill participation with the Ruby, with the Minotaur, is about controlling. And she controls VSG very well. Minotaur is honestly one of my favorite heroes as well.
So, do we try to shut her down at this point? Because it's really hard to pinpoint what went wrong. Do you just deny that Terizla pick?
No, it's about making it so that VSG has a way to start a fight. Because Mina is not having a good time. She can't start a fight. And looking at Gailey as well, she's not having a good time. She can't start a fight. So, trust me when I say, when you're playing MLBB, when your draft is pretty good at a team fight, and no one wants to start a team fight, you're not gonna have a good time. I feel like everyone in rank knows those games.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, look at that. Oh, fancy.
I mean, I get it.
Two times in a row, bro.
And again, Minotaur, is the hero. One of the hero of MWI. aggressive and as well as defensive. Honestly, able to fight against most of the assassins in the game, as well as set up for a big team fight around neutral objectives, the Turtle as well as the Lord. So, again, the Minotaur is a very strong hero. If you can pick him off in the early game, you're doing good. If you do absolutely nothing to the Minotaur will shine.
But the problem now is we're at match point.
Yeah.
We're at match point. That means we are one game away for VSG to get knocked out. They need to figure a way to come back. What is it? Is it the jitters that's getting to them?
I think it's just Smart Omega Empress has a better understanding of the fundamentals of the game, and they're punishing VSG for it.
So there's absolutely no way that VSG could come back? I mean, if it's fundamentals.
Okay. If we can show the Telestrator, I'll show you at what point that you have to understand the fundamentals of the game to make sure you don't do the mistake again.
Okay, so let's take a look a little bit more specifically as Lefel will walk you through what went down.
Okay, so right now, while we're looking at this, the real person you have to look at is not Ayanami, right? Not Ayanami is going to be the person to make sure that this entire team fight will not go well. Another person that I have to show, remember what I said, the Terizla will not have a good time. Look at the Terizla here. Look at the bar right next to him. That is Xborg's passive, and when it's at full stacks, it will deal true damage. Now let me play the clip here, and look at no Ayanami as well as Minon. Look at Minon taking a whole lot of damage before the fight even starts. If you guys can't see it, Minon is here. She is the engager of the fight. It hasn't even started, and look at that HP bar. It's basically 14-16%. And this is all because what happened is that looking at the Xborg, the Xborg is chunking Minon a lot. I'm showing you this first clip, but it has been happening throughout the entire game on two different people. One is on Minon, the other one is on Gailey. Both of these frontliners are chunked down so low, they can't do anything. Now we're gonna play the full clip here and see what really happens in this game. Once Minon is out of the fight, there's no one really tanky enough to do anything. And look at no Ayanami, free hitting on the back, and then everyone got wiped up. Mireille as well was able to knock everyone up to make sure that no one is able to deal damage throughout the team fight. So again, if we're going to move all the way back, not Ayanami, making it so that Minon doesn't get to play. And then once Minon doesn't get to play, once Gailey doesn't get to play, it's game over. So that's why, Terizla, you gotta be careful of the Xborg. Not really because of the laning phase, but because when you're fighting for Turtle and Lord, you're not gonna have a good time.
This is actually quite interesting.
That's the fundamental of the draft.
This is interesting, right? And which is why, because like in the early portion of MWI, Terizla was such a hot pick, and every time we see Terizla being picked up, most probably that is going to be a victory for that team that picks the Terizla up. But and it's only been 3 days, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Over the course of 3 days, these teams have really figured out a way to combat the Terizla's just dominance over MWI.
That's why the draft is very important. And that's why we see Smart Omega Empress, they shifted. Game number 1, they picked the Xborg for 5th pick because they're like, they won't see this coming. They understand in the second game, if we don't pick it now, it will get banned. And if it gets banned, we don't have a lot of ways to fight the Terizla. So that's why the Xborg was 3rd pick, and because Terizla's 1st pick, no way Terizla and Xborg is going to be on the same team. So this draft, Smart Omega Empress, they have more experience, they have more exposure going up against multiple teams. It's easier for them to win the draft, and then the players understand how to play the draft.
And now that puts them in a little bit of a position, right? Like, what do you want to trade over? If they do get 1st pick again, do they want to put an Xborg there if they still want to go with the Terizla 1st pick?
Definitely not, because the Xborg, there's multiple ways to fight that. The mages can fight it, the junglers can fight it, the gold laners can fight it. It's just that VSG, they didn't have the heroes to fight it. Brody could, but Brody apparently didn't have a good time in lane, couldn't get out, and that's why the Brody doesn't impact the Xborg as much. So Xborg 1st pick is not the answer. Honestly, Valentina is a perfect 1st pick, but it's always getting banned at this point.
Wow.
I can be smart. I can be smart.
No, that was great. That was great. And
thank you.
It was using simple enough terms for people like me to understand. And then it feels like you opened like a window in my head.
Sure,
Did
I'll open the door. No, you can.
Okay.
I like windows.
Do you like doors or windows better?
I don't go through windows.
Okay. I do sometimes.
All right, but yeah, going for this next match, it is about the draft. And I feel like VSG will have a hard time just because Smart Omega Empress, they roughly know the matchups of every single hero. So even if the hero loses in lane, it will eventually win in a team fight where it really matters.
And it just also really shows that as the more time that you have in the league, the more time you also have to develop, and the experience of these kinds of decision making just really impacts that game. So VSG, again, I hope we see a change in the drafts, right? If that's the case, if that's one of the main hinders of their gameplay, because even with Kyoe, we talked about Kyoe earlier on, her being one of the main pillars, Synchro as well being one of the pillars. If their EXP laner can't find a moment, then it's still very difficult for both of these anchors from the side of VSG to shine.
Honestly, just for this matchup in particular, you gotta be careful of the EXP as well as the roamer. So for VSG, honestly, my personal take, delay the EXP as well as the roamer pick just to make sure that you don't get out drafted. Unless you're gonna pick up a very safe hero in the roam position, something like a Ruby, where it's generally pretty good against most things. And even if it's bad against certain marksmen or mid laners, you can counter it back with your own picks coming in from the mid as well as the goal lane. The EXP lane is very crucial, especially the way Minon plays, is she's the main engager of the fight. And if she doesn't get to play, the entire team, especially Kyoe as a jungler, will not have any space to do her job. And if Kyoe can't do her job, she's no longer the Ice Queen.
I mean, technically, do you think it could have been different if they didn't go for a chip pick?
Yes, if they pick up something a little bit easier to possibly counter the Minotaur early, like an Edith, like a Ruby, it would have been game-changing. Because even if you're going to get chunked out, you're doing the same thing to their roamer. So if their roamer doesn't get to play, your EXP doesn't get to play, it's a standstill. No one is moving until the late game.
Yeah, because it feels like every time they went in for these team fights,
it doesn't look good.
PSG never gets the benefit out of it. And did you see that play that the Roger did, that Keishi did?
Yeah.
Like, even though the setup was good by VSG, they had the proper setup going on, Roger just came in, Keishi rolled in, boom.
Keishi's amazing.
Stole it away.
Yeah. That's one of those moments where you're like, ugh.
Feels bad.
Feels bad.
It's like you invested in that for a good, 1 minute plus.
Oh, yeah.
And it gets taken from you. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. After what LaFell explained earlier on, we are going to see how this drafting phase will pan out for possibly the last time if no changes happen. VSG still on the same side as well as Omega, and the bans are coming through. Angela, Edith, the last time it was Arlet. We'll see if anything changes there, if they still want to go for the Terizla first pick. But from the side of Omega, also the exact same.
I feel like if Omega, they ban out, now they ban the Terizla. They're like, yeah, we don't want to use it, but we don't want you guys to use it. The Valentina is open. Minotaur get banned. Again, I saw Synchro play on the Valentina, even though the Minotaur has been banned, so you don't have that big of a priority on the Valentina. It's still an okay pick. If you don't want to pick that up, pick up the Roger. The Roger is so flexible, jungle, gold lane. No matter what, you will have priority. So I feel like Roger first pick should be good here.
Okay, let's see if that comes through. But finally, we do see a change, right, from VSG. And there it is, the Roger. That's why you're an analyst.
Honestly, I've been playing the Fool for so long. People get easily impressed nowadays.
But from Omega, there you go. The Valentina comes through. And what was your other prediction?
Honestly, now that the Valentina has, the Julian is still up if you want to take it away from Kyoe. If you don't want it, then you can pick up the Hayabusa. Probably third pick. At this point, you can pick up a Ruby because it's still open. And they ban out the Minotaur, so I don't know. The Ruby seems like a good pick here if you don't want to go for a Julian.
Yeah, it should help them as well, right? If they want to look for control, something that VSG really severely lacked in that previous game. So Ruby is an option. I'm seeing Harith still completely untouched, by the way, for the past 3 games.
Honestly, because Roger does very well against the Harith. What makes Harith strong is the shield. But the Roger demolishes the shield quite fast, and here comes the chip. Looks like they want to show how to use this chip.
Tutor
chip.
Tutor chip, de.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, let's show you the chip tutorial, essentially.
VSG right now, the mid lane is going to be very important because if you pick up, honestly, this is one of those games where the Zas might be okay. Like, the Zas is still open. If Synchro has practice on the Zas, you can pick it up. If not, You need something much more aggressive. They pick up a Grok, which is very aggressive in the early game, especially if the Roger is going to the jungle. Now they just need a strong mid laner here.
That's really good wave clear already as well, right? So
going for the carry. Immediately showing this Roger is going to the jungle.
So no flex potential whatsoever from the Roger, but even with the Grok pickup already, right? That's already good setup. What I felt was kind of lacking from VSG was mid control, right? If they want to stop Omega from their early rotations, the way that they're so quick to roam around the map and find opportunities around the map, it's mid control. And with the Grok pickup, it does help them in that direction. But of course, that mid laner presence is still going to be important. If they put something in like a Vexana, that would hurt the Valentina in those rotations.
No, I do agree. I definitely do agree, especially when the chip, you have to assume the chip is going to go after your jungler, right? So they're betting out the Zaz. Like I said, the Zaz is pretty good going up as the lineup that Omega has at this point. And honestly, you called it right. The Vexana should be a consideration as well for Smart Omega to ban out. Now that they have the Harif, it's probably because they see what the lineup is for VSG. They're not too worried about the Ruby. The Harif is going to have an okay time going up against the carry. Carry once has 4 items, can fight against the Harif, but if the Harif gets the Holy Crystal first, then the carry will have a bad time. So it's really about rushing those items for both goal laners here.
So whoever gets most gold, essentially.
If Harif gets Holy Crystal first, Harif wins. If the carry snowballs out of control, gets 4 items first, then the carry wins.
Okay. So again, that mid trio is so important. Just that much more important to help out that gold lane, right? And the Vexana does get banned out here. But remember, if they still want to gain control of the mid lane, they still have Lilia, right?
Yeah.
Lilia has really good wave clear. Granted, against a Grok, though, will be difficult. But if VSG pick up the Lilia, now that's a mid trio that Omega need to respect.
Yeah, Omega can show their jungler here if they want to be safe. They can show their EXP because honestly, looking at how the matchup has been going, now Ayanami should feel very confident going up against Minan, because Minan at this point, not a lot of good EXP laners are still up here. Ruby is pretty good. We've seen people picking up the Lapu Lapu, not exactly amazing in the patch right now, but definitely usable. They're going to show up with the Ling, so now it's going to be much harder for the carry to actually farm up, because the Ling is able to put pressure, and it makes it so that the Harif is not super rush building the items. The Harif can join the team fight, second turtle and above, and then the Ling can just farm up as fast as he wants.
And it looks like VSG now are reverting back to their comfort, right? They pick up the Lunox here. It should be in that mid lane, plus that Ruby. So that Ruby does come out, assuming that it's going into the EXP lane.
Yeah, again, the Ruby is very good going up against, honestly, the Ling as well as the Harif, so there is a good chance there. The only thing is you're going to give your I'm Offended to the Valentina, so they can pick off as well. We really, for the composition here coming in from Smart Omega Empress, we really got to look at the chip. How fast does the chip work at giving the ganks over? That can really impact the game, because we saw all it needs is one strong team fight in the early game, and VSG can't fight back.
So they need proper setup now from that EXP lane.
Yeah.
Who would that be?
Honestly,
Lapu?
you could even go crazy damage by picking out something like a Paquito if you're feeling like it. Because once the chip opens the portal, you just go in and you just rush into damage.
Is Paquito okay against the Ruby in lane?
It's a skill match. Oh, the Barats. Not gonna lie.
For sustain, for a frontliner.
Not gonna lie, forgot that hero existed.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but welcome back, buddy. Welcome back into the land of dawn. But there it is. Any final thoughts you want to say before we head over to the casters?
The draft here is pretty skibbity.
Pretty skibbity. And it's pretty skibbity that we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen. If Smart Omega can pick up this next game, they will be moving forward to meet Vitality in the grand finals. And with that, we're throwing it over to our casters. Take it away.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Eterna. If Omega Empress win this one right here, they will move forward into the grand finals, but VSG never goes down easy. It's Strex and Naisu here for the third game of this best of 5. How we feeling, Naisu? Could be the last game in this series. Can VSG pull it together and take one down?
Oh man, you know, I think going off the last 2 games, they have to do so much different here in game 3. Even with the lineup that they have, I think if you look at the previous 2 games where their weak points was the early game, they need to somehow get the momentum in their favor early on, especially when you're going against this kind of lineup. Look at this already, Gailey. She's been through this so often. She is going to survive, though. But that's what I'm wondering, because you're going against a Ling, and anytime, obviously, that Ling is going to be there, you want to be able to also transition to choking out the resources to taking these purple buffs. So for VSG, part of the game plan is that, but how do they do that? They need to get the snowball going in their favor, and this is good. I mean, at least Kyoei does have the jungle Roger, which has been shown to actually do pretty well against other assassins in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely can do well, and I mean, time and time again, VSG has had some answers to Smart Omega Empress's draft, and at this point, I can say, yeah, the Lunox can brilliance away from the Tempest of Blades, can be in some safe positions. A lot of the heroes have some answers, but what it's really going to come down to, as it has come down to in the past 2 games, is Victory Song Gamers just needs to step it up a notch, right? They need to put their foot on the gas, and it looks like it could be what they're trying to do here. Let's see if they can pull something off.
Not Ayanami. Again, I like that the experts mentioned this. You know, you don't see the Barretts too often anymore. For the longest time, it was just a mainstay in the jungle. But now it's, you know, if it pops up in the side lane, especially the XP lane, it might work out. But still, part of that, too, is just that CC immunity is actually going to be able to help them with the lineup that they're up against from VSG. 2 Purifies as well. Now in the mid lane, though, this is already the focus. Crash Course, Tempest of Blades to follow up. Gailey in trouble. Again, it's first blood for Keshi. And they'll go ahead and take that as a sign to go start this turtle up.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the coach's decision. I don't know if Smart Mega Empress, but I just feel like before they came out onto the stage today, the plan was, we target Gailey.
Yeah,
we make her
so,
public enemy #1, and we get as many kills as we can on her, as many times as possible within the first few minutes, because every time Gailey's just been getting picked on. Murray, though.
Murray's going to be picked on this time as Kyoei picks up the kill. And so the good answer, good response here. Is it enough to start? Also, Shinoa could be in trouble. The flick of forward from Rhea, and one hit won't be enough. Able to get away with her life there, Shinoa, with that little bit of shield also. She popped the Purified. Neither team able to get the turtle in all this chaos.
All right, we're 3 minutes in. Turtle hasn't been taken yet. It's a rare sight right now. Both gold laners forced to go back. But we're starting to see VSG maybe push the envelope here, and that might be the only option. You got to just start flipping the coin a bit on these fights. A lot of the meta right now is who can catch the aggressive side first, who can get that big gold lead, and VSG knows that Smart Omega is going to try to do that continuously, and I think VSG has now just acknowledged the fact that we can't just play for late game, right? We're not going to make it to late game. Up at the top side, though.
Oh, but the late game here! It could be harder to get to if that happens. Rian goes down, but this might be a trade. Kyoei will be able to get the turtle, and now they're going to find it out. Shortcut was dropped in, too. They have to win this fight. Murray in trouble. She's one hit away, but they're going to get crashed down. Daytona's welcome finds Gailey. Midden falls, and they go back in. They re-engage. 2 fall for VSG. Good usage of the shortcut there, and Smart Omega Empress makes a play up top, and they swing back down to pick up a kill near the turtle.
That's why the chip is still banned out right there, because for a second, VSG almost made it an equal trade. They traded a gold laner for a turtle, which in my mind is not equal. If they would have got the kill on Namira there or anything else, it would have swung in their favor, but everyone shows up, and then it just turns into a big punch in the face.
I was going to say a cluster at this point, because, I mean, think about it, Trex. How does that feel? You see the Ling is up top. You already know Ling can go ahead and make, transverse
like I'm
across
good.
the map.
I'm safe.
Yeah, but then
I'm okay.
A shortcut comes in.
And you got this hero that can just teleport people. Pull up. They pulled up.
They literally did. They pulled up right now. Wild Charge going to be used, of course, from Gailey. Trying to make a play here on the top side. Rest of the team also making their way up. Not sure if they still follow through. They get the Brilliance out. The damage from Omore, though, has to be respected as well. Neither team able to pick up a kill.
All right, VSG. It's time to sing the song. It's time to do something here, because we're already 3,000 gold behind.
Oh, goes in. Flicker. Daytona's welcome into the wall. Synchro just gets picked off like that. It was supposed to be Gailey. She gets out with her life, but Synchro doesn't. Smart Omega Empress once again with the decisive plays here, really following up. I mean, think about it. Not Ayanami rotated all the way up there to the mid lane. She's already got the Thunderbelt.
Already got the Thunderbelt. Going to start getting some stacks in, but wait a second. A little bit of engage on to Not Ayami.
Wild Charge going to be used. They have the damage available. Keshi there on the backside. Jumps in. Minon has to get back to the turret. Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. They fight under the turret. Keshi will go down as Rian picks up the kill. In return, they're looking for more. Murray could be in trouble. Guardian's Bear going to be used. There's the Brilliance, but they couldn't pick up Murray just yet. They'll be happy with the one kill for now. Shinoa waits in the bush. On this Harith, pops the Zaman Force, bobs and weaves with the Synchro Vision, keeps him off the turtle here. They can't take it on just yet. The rest of Smart Omega Empress will join up. So still the objective for the taking.
Okay, but that's honestly, whether it's chaotic or not, at this point, that's the 50-50 that VSG has to go for. Those are the coin flips they have to take at this point. It's match point. They already know they're not going to win through the safe game. They need to see if they can push Smart Omega Empresses to the overheating point. See if they can force them to make some mistakes. Rion seems to be comfortable finally. Seems to be online. Killway has a kill in the book as well. And with Keshi down a kill, it's, you know, there's some opportunity for Victory Sun Gamers to maybe secure some objectives here.
So they're going to go ahead and try it. Purple buff still being worked on, so they just give a huge go on this, and Killway will be able to get it. And now they're going to join the fight. Amore holding on to the Wild Charge. Shortcut already dropped under the Zaman Force again. Tempest of Blade's going to be used as well. She tries to get away, but Gailey going to be one to fall. And in the exchange, only one down. Minun, though, going to be possibly the next target. Here comes Keshi. Here comes the squad. And they pick up a second kill.
Squad pulls up like skirt. Skirt, 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 skirt. That's 2 turtles. I mean, Victory Sun Gamers are staying in this a little bit, right? You get the 2 turtles. Imagine if they didn't get those 2 turtles. This 3K gold lead would be 4, maybe even 5.
Yeah, actually,
it would be really escaping from them. So Victory Sun Gamers are finding something in the chaos. I think this is a little better than previous games, but it's still, it could get bad fast. If any of these 1 or 2 man wipes turn into a 4 or 5 man, it could just be a wrap. We saw earlier in the items that Keshi had the Berserker's Fury on. That damage is just going to start getting bigger and bigger once another item locks in. Already has another item locks in. Haas Claws for a little bit of sustainability. And then next, what is that? Endless Battle is going to come in next. Just for good measure, and at that point, it's going to get bad. And in the beginning, Killway kind of had the lead, but now we're falling behind almost 1,400 gold. Killway does go for the War Axe, which I like this build format. It's a little more sustainable. It's maybe not as quick moving, but she picks up the Quantum Charge emblem to make up for that.
Daytona's welcome to look at this. Killway's going to be the target. Can't get away, even with a little bit more durability as she falls there. Now the eyes set here on this bottom side. This tier 2 turret, Smart Omega Empress make a play. And you know, we sleep on the Barrett's pick right now in the current meta, but it's still good. Now on the top side, Murray gonna jump in with the crash course. Wild Charge is there, but here's Keshi plus the whole team. They find a kill on Rian, and then Gailey's gonna be next. Keshi tries to jump in it. She will pick up the kill and clean things up.
I thought Jushin was a broken hero, but Chip just reminds me of why he needs to stay on that ban list in the right hands. He reminds me of why it's just insane. And sometimes you would think that, well, sometimes Chip with an assassin like Ling might not be the best because it's hard to capitalize off of it. No. Ling just pops out of that portal with the Tempest of Blades ready to go. Yeah. Rian's instantly deleted. Killway got, I mean, it just makes it even harder for VSG to keep up with them. The pacing was already fast enough from Smart Omega Empress. Now they're just breaking the speedometer.
Yeah, at that point, you know, you break the speedometer because you're time traveling. You're going through a portal. You know, I'm sure you've seen Portal.
Portal, yeah.
How it works.
I was always bad at it.
You just show up, and that's hard to play against. And even with that said, Trex, like teams still have to find ways to make the chip work. It's not as easy as just dropping the shortcut. I mean, you know, It is very strong, but we have seen teams not make chip work. But more often than not, he's actually still just a very strong pickup that brings a ton of utility to the team. And that's what they're going to have to deal with. Holy Crystal locked in before this base siege from Shinoa. Lord working on this bottom turret. Shield's already going to be popped here. Still might press the situation. Zaman Force already goes down as well. Turret's holding up. Tempest Blade's going to be followed through. Rian's going to fall Dex. 3 down for VSG. Triple for Shinoa. She's on fire. Can they end the game here? Synchro, she's the next target.
Whoa!
Oh!
Whoa!
All right.
Whoa!
Well, you know.
Yeah, I know. Look at the crowd right now. Let's put our hands together right now because this could be it. VSG. Let's take a second to absorb all of this, I guess.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, you know, I'm pretty.
What happens next?
I don't know. I think, you know, we are going to have a Kit Kat.
Technical break. Yeah, that's actually.
You got a Kit Kat with you?
I do. I have a couple of them. They have some really good Kit Kats here. They have like a hazelnut. They have a raspberry one.
I haven't tried that one.
Leo had it. He always finds the good ones. He takes them all out of the basket and then doesn't share with
No
them.
wonder I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
You mentioned Leo's name.
Yeah, he takes them all.
He takes them all.
Takes them all. And he brings them back to his room. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. I'm you know, while they get things figured out here, I don't know. I actually don't know if by the time we get back.
Phone crashed.
Phone crashed.
Phone crashed. And not like crashed on the ground, like the whole phone crashed, like the game crashed.
Okay.
That was a hot game.
Yeah, it was. I don't know,
It's moving
man.
too fast. They broke the speedometer. They broke the phone.
Look, there's only, I mean, yeah, at this point, when they were locking on that base, I think even when we get this situated and we get back, it might be that same ending. But still, we can talk about the fact that it was just, even in this game 3, the way that they utilized the lineup that they had here for Smart Omega Empress, man, was just, it's now 3 games in a row. It's game 1 to game 3 where it was just on point. Any draft that they brought to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Smart Omega Empress feel ready for the grand finals. I think if there's a team right now that's going to give a good fight over to Vitality, they are definitely the ones. And here we go, back into the game. Wait, nope, replay.
Oh.
Was it Kiyoway's phone that crashed?
I guess so, yeah.
Or that was her dying. That might have been her dying face. We've seen a lot of those faces.
We have,
Did you
yeah.
see Ashley's her dying face yesterday?
We have. You know, obviously for these two, like, emotions are going to be high. And it was either way, like, when you really break it down, this game number 3, it's a tough game to be in. If you're VSG and you're rooting for them, of course, because just where was that opportunity for them to turn things around? You know what I mean? At that point, especially when they were in the defense of the base, it's like the Lord is there. They haven't had an answer, by the way, for Keshi on this lane.
No, I don't think there is one. I think they came in well, but at this point, it's, you know, I think the movements, like we said, the whole game, Smart Omega Empress has been in full gear, moving at full speed. In this game, you add a Ling and a chip into the mix of that, and now you're even faster. And one of the great things that we've seen from Smart Omega Empress is, you mentioned it, not everyone can use the chip to its maximum capabilities. A lot of teams have trouble making it work completely, and they did it to a perfection. Now, let's look at the Filipino support out there.
Yeah,
I bet that little kid is mythic. That's what I hear. Over there,
the
they got him.
kids are great, man.
They're mythic by 5, man.
You know what? You start them young.
That's what I'm gonna do with my daughter. I'm gonna. She's 3.5. She's gonna be playing, but before 4.
So what would that be? That would be the MWI probably in, I don't know,
15 years, maybe earlier if I'm nice.
Maybe earlier. Hey, you know, some of the players.
The goal is just be better than Nicolette, Ashley, and the girls. You know, be the new NA queen. Or maybe I'll just ship her. She could go live with you in the Philippines. You could train her.
Permanent boot camp.
Permanent boot camp.
Go live there with Naisu and the rest.
I could convince Mama Rex of that. You know.
Yeah.
It's private school, quote unquote.
Well, you know, if you at this point, you've seen what they can accomplish here for MWI.
Hey.
Yeah, hello. Obviously, this is you know, for this situation too for VSG. I'm not really sure, you know, even when you go back to this, like when you jump back into the game, like I said, is it already over? Because by the way that the base was looking, man, it wasn't looking good.
That's why, you know, we're talking about Kit Kats and stuff.
You know, I wish your daughter the best of luck in the future MWI.
In the future MWI, yeah. For sure. We'll see. Shout out to all the people in the stands right now. We had a great turnout earlier with the Falcons, and we were wondering how the turnouts are going to continue to be, and it seems like there is still support at EWC for these women's teams. And not to mention, we've had some great viewage. We broke 200K PCU. We broke last MWI's PCU, right?
Yeah, so far.
So
who knows what the grand final's going to be?
It's going to be big.
Hey, this is, by the way, if either of these teams, because we don't know exactly the result just yet, but if either of these teams have made it to the grand final, that's history, right? Because it's always, in the history of MWIs, it's always been Indonesia versus Indonesia.
But this time,
it's different.
It's going to be big diffs. Will it make a diff? Will it make a difference? If, of course, if Smart Omega Empress gets to the finals, you're going to be on that series.
I am.
Casting that series.
And
Mr.
My partner.
Oh, your Indonesian counterpart. What's his name again? I'm a big fan.
Mirko.
Mirko. Some people say I sound just like him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you sound like Gideon too?
No, I don't sound like Gideon. Gideon's too tall.
You're tall. You're tall.
Yeah, but our vocal cords are different lengths. It's a little different. Looks like everyone's still trying to figure things out. We're staying on the technical break for a little bit longer. We're getting everything, making sure everyone's going to play to their competitive fairness. And yeah,
integrity.
Just for integrity, that's the word. Integrity.
Again, it's just this situation where you have to find out exactly what happened, too. And at the same time, if that was a problem, obviously, with Kyoei here, you have to kind of look back and see what could have changed there throughout that game. Overall, though, I'm still going to say, it's looking really good for Smart Omega Empress. Even the way that they've played throughout the series, it seems like that whole curse of the first game has been broken, and they've managed to get themselves up to this point where they're just playing at the top of the game. And I think if it is them that's going forward here, they're in a great position to contest the team that has the streak, Team Vitality,
the
since
Queens.
2021, man.
The undeniable Queens. And I think since Smart Omega Empress is a team that just revs up more and gets faster and faster, it could actually maybe work in their favor to be doing these back-to-back series, right? It could work in their favor to be running these 3 games, be catching the momentum, and then jump right into this next one. Because sometimes that can work against the team, right? You get a little tired, but I feel like a team like Smart Omega Empress, they're going to be in full gear. All right, guys, we're going to be figuring everything out. Make this technical break just a little bit longer, and we will see you guys soon. We're going to toss to a break, so go grab yourself a Kit Kat, climb, break, dominate. See you soon.
guys, welcome back from that short break and back to the studio here for MWI x EWC 2024. We are still waiting for some confirmation for the final game, for the third game, possibly final game. And, you know, LaFell, what do we think about this game so far?
Honestly, I kind of feel like when we're coming back, we're just gonna see the ending because it's only the Lunox versus everyone from Smart Mega Empress. So I don't know how that is really gonna work out for VSG. We're gonna look at some highlights here, and looking at how the entire game has been going, it's really all about pickoffs coming in from Smart Mega Empress, where honestly I will show a little bit later when the casters were talking about how looks like their game plan is shutting down Gaily. And honestly, I'm gonna show that a little bit later. But yeah, this is the game plan coming in from Smart Mega Empress that I feel like Team Vitality should be looking out for.
Can I comment on that real quick though?
Sure, go ahead.
So I had a chance to interview Gail earlier on, right? And then she mentioned that this was kind of a revenge match for her.
Yeah.
Because previously she was in Onyx Zoal, and it was Smart Omega Empress that knocked her out at MWI last year. So maybe that touch into revenge for Omega Empress is like, okay, you want revenge? Okay, we'll take you up before you even get it.
Yeah, because let me just say, they know where she is, no matter what time it is in the game. and that's the reason why they can pick her off, because there's a new meta rotation, right? A new way to play the macro game. So Smart Mega Empress, they call it audible. They're like, okay, let's switch it up. We know where she's going to be at the 2 minute of the game. So instead of going for the meta play, we go for her. Again, I'm gonna show a little bit later, but essentially is you always have options in the game. You want to do the new best thing or go back to what worked previous patches before that could potentially counter what people are doing today. And that's what Smart Mega Empress did. It's like, you know what? It happened before, so let's just do it today.
I have a question though. Are you hearing something?
I think you need meds for that.
No, I feel like I'm hearing some. Oh, there's.
Oh. Whoa, we're in the floor.
Yeah, you guys are on the
I
floor.
was hearing scratching. There it is.
I hope I'm not being disrespectful by stepping on you.
No, you can step on Trex all you want.
Okay,
well, LaFell, anytime.
That's
a turn of stepping on my. Hey,
that's a bit much.
Wait, where are you, LaFell? There.
Look, I'm being nice. I'm not. No, just stop moving your head. Stop. I'll move to you. Okay, there you go. See, this is how cooperation works. How do you guys feel about the game? Do you guys feel like it's over? I feel like it's over.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, man, you guys saw it. Like you said, it was only Lunox pretty much left to defend. And I don't know. Like, even if you had let's say we jump back in and they were all there, we're talking about a huge gap power-wise in favor of Smart Mega Empress.
Wait, where'd they go?
Hey, man, where'd you guys go?
Where did you guys go?
Where did you guys go?
What? Oh, there you are.
We got monitors. Look at it.
They weren't on the floor, so I was wondering where they were. Turns out they transferred. Oh, now they're gone again. I'm so sad all the time. But it looks like that game is going to be starting now, so we're going to throw it back to our casters.
The game is ending.
There we go. Smart Mega Empress does it.
They definitely do. Today,